Extra life.
Tiffany, at any time, it's going to ask you, you let me know. We can go ahead and ask questions for you if you need to. Good evening. Today is Tuesday, December 17th, 2024, and the time is 5 p.m. I will now call to order the meeting of the Victorville City Council and the same council sitting as the Victorville Library Board of Trustees, the Southern California Logistics Airport Authority, successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency, the city as a housing asset successor, Joint Powers Finance Authority, and the Victorville Water District. Madam Clerk, will you kindly call the roll?
Councilmember Godin,
Present.
Councilmember Irving,
Present.
Councilmember Jones,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman,
Here.
Mayor Becerra.
Present.
We have quorum.
Thank you, ma'am. At this time, we'll do introduction to public comments. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak?
No, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. DeBernowski, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mayor Becerra. We have two items for closed session this evening. Both are existing litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9 D1. And at this time, the case names are not included as it could jeopardize settlement discussions. To the extent there's reportable action, we will report it either at the conclusion of the closed session or at the commencement of the regular 6 o'clock session.
Thank you, sir. We are now recessed to closed session. Open session will resume at 6 p.m.
We could, we've already talked about it. We're gonna let their facilities people will decide what they wanna do. I mean, we,
When it's time to go speak. No, not, I will wave it. He's got first one.
They even look like a coaching staff the way they stand back there.
Yeah, yeah. Love it.
Oh, there he is. You don't get your chance. Good evening. Today is Tuesday, December 17th, 2024, and the time is 6 p.m. Call to order the regular meeting of the following will come to order: the Victorville City Council and the same council sitting as the Victorville Library Board of Trustees, the Southern California Logistics Airport Authority, successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency, the city as a housing asset assessor, Joint Powers Finance Authority, and the Victorville Water District. Madam Clerk, will you kindly call the roll?
Councilmember Godam. Present. Councilmember Irving. Councilmember Jones.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman.
Here.
Mayor Becerra.
Present.
We have quorum.
Thank you. Closed session announcement by Mr. DeBernowski.
Thank you, Mayor Becerra. We had two items this evening. Both were existing litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9D1. The case names have been removed since it concerned settlement discussions and it could jeopardize such discussions. At this point, there is no reportable action with respect to either one of those items.
Thank you, sir. If you'd please stand for the invocation and pledge of allegiance. Our invocation tonight will be led by Pastor Dane Davis with Impact Christian Church, and our pledge will be led by Captain Randy German.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. One of the things I love about God is he is always in the business of making old things new. And so as the council has a fresh start tonight, you are certainly in my prayers and the prayers of so many in this city. Thank you for your service. One beautiful passage that I'm going to share with you about the newness that God brings is right from the most depressing book in the entire Bible, the book of Lamentations. And as Jeremiah weeps over the city of Jerusalem as it has been destroyed by the Babylonians, he writes, "Because of the Lord's great love, we are not consumed. For his compassions never fail. They are new every morning. Great is your faithfulness, O God." Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we do thank you that those words are true. We thank you, Lord, that your compassions never fail. We thank you that your mercies are new every morning. We thank you, Lord, that you are in the business of bringing fresh starts. Every morning as that sun rises in the east, we thank you for the new day. And Lord, as the city council comes together in its new form tonight, we pray your blessing on this new council. And Lord, that the days ahead would be brighter in the city than the days behind us. We thank you for this opportunity we have to close 2024, Lord, in a way that honors and glorifies you. And we thank you for the new opportunities you're going to give us in 2025. Bless each leader on this council. Bless, Lord, our city manager and his team and our entire staff here at the city. Bless our law enforcement and firefighters and first responders. We lift them up to you, O God. Protect them and guide them. And may we do once again bring honor and glory to you in all that we say and do. And it's in Jesus' name I pray.
Place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, at this time, we have a special presentation. We're going to do a proclamation declaring November 30th as Silverado Hawks Day. Will Council join me down on the floor? I would invite Superintendent Carl Coles, Principal Heather Conklo, Activities Director Iggy Garcia, Head Coach Kieron Jones, and the Hawk football team. Come on, guys. So a little backstory on them. This season, the Silverado High School football team won the CIF Division 10 championship for the first time in school's history. Their road to the Their road to the championship is a lesson of perseverance, resilience, fortitude, and because the Hawks were winless last year for the first time ever, they could have gone the way of so many and hung their heads low and had a rebuilding year. But no, the Hawks dedicated themselves to roaring back to a winning regular season record and captured the division title. They've shown us all what determination, resilience, and excellence looks like. The Hawks brought great pride to the city of Victorville, and I am pleased to declare November 30th as Silverado Hawks Day in the city of Victorville. So your proclamation reads, whereas the 2024 Silverado High School football team made history by capturing the CIF Southern Section Division 10 championship for the first time in the school's history. And whereas the Hawks won 4 straight playoff games to capture the championship Division 10 due to their powerful offense and defense, and the cheerleaders too, guys, sorry. You'll understand why. Where the Hawks are the 4th high desert team in 18 years of CIF playoff to format and advance to the regional championships. And whereas this achievement is especially impressive knowing the team overcame adversity in their first ever winless season of the program in 2023, and whereas the Hawks have exhibited excellent sportsmanship, discipline, and resilience, quantity necessary to excel on the playing field and in the game of life. Therefore, I, Liz Becerra, Mayor of the City of Victorville, and the City Council do hereby proclaim November 30th, 2024 as Silverado Hawks Day. To the head coach, went to some of your guys' game. Yeah, and I know why they won. I could hear you up in the stands. Congratulations, guys. Good luck, and we'll go all the way next year. Yeah. coach or the? Oh, look what. So this will be put either in your quad or in your circle or show them both sides. So now you guys can say every November 30th is your guys' day. This is yours. Thank you. Want to say a few words?
Not really. Just want to thank Mayor Becerra, the city council for this honor. Our student athletes, we just thank you for this opportunity and we thank you for just honoring these young men. Thank you. And I'm thankful that they were able to do this not only for our school, but for our school district and for the great city of Victorville. So again, thank you. And, you know, it's many more of these guys, but we have multi-sport athletes that are kind of playing other sports tonight. But, you know, we just thank you from the bottom of our heart. We really, really do appreciate it.
See you next year.
We'll be back.
Thank you, guys. Come here, Chanel. Chanel. Nope, don't go back up. We have one more. Say congratulations. Oh, pictures. Hold on. Give me Sophie's and. Thank you. Thank you. I'll stand over here. See, I could stand in front of you guys. Why did you come down? We're not.
One more. You got one more. Let him clear it. It's a presentation to Sophie. Is
Yeah, go away.
I don't know. I don't do this. I don't know.
Who's gonna kick him out? Andy. Somebody's gonna buy him dinner. Somebody's gonna go buy him dinner now. Oh, you want to know?
There's one right there, one's back there.
Yeah.
They're both here. Come on, Deb. Where's Tiff? Tiffany, Deborah, if I can get you over here.
Just push him out of the way.
Want me to get them out?
Just push him out of the way.
You want me to tell?
More photographs.
Okay, we're going to move on to our next order of business. Now I will recognize two outstanding members that also are CIF champions. Members of our city leadership who are retiring, Deputy City Manager Sophie Smith and Human Resource Officer Josie Trevino. Ladies, will you come down and join me? Come on, come on. So I'm going to read what they have for me and then I'll add mine. Sophie Smith has served the city of Victorville for 24 years. She joined the city as a management technician in August of 2000. In 2004, she was promoted to the redevelopment manager and economic development division, where she progressed through the ranks to economic development director. I'm glad we don't have to say that too many times. In 2015, then to deputy city manager in 2018, where she has served as a member as our executive team for the past 6 years. Sophie has overseen various city departments, including code enforcement, animal services, building, planning, human resources, finance, IT, fire, economic development, and airport. You didn't watch over public works, so you shouldn't be retiring. Sophie's ability to negotiate complex real estate transactions and business contracts bring complex concepts to fruition. And that too. And optimize inner workings of our many city departments have made her an indispensable member of our city executive team. Thank you. We thank you for everything you did. I thank you for helping me get to where we're at today. You're going to be missed, and you're not allowed to cry because neither one of us will. But thank you. Give me your hand. Shake my hand. There we go. Thank you. Look that way, ladies. Deborah Tiff, this. Look that way. Okay, you can't sit down yet. Hold on. Okay. You got to stand. Josie, stand for her. Oh. Josie Torino has served the city of Victorville for 21 years. In June of 2003, she joined the Human Resource Department as a volunteer. Didn't know that. It's a miracle you didn't leave when I went up there. In just a few months, she was hired as a part-time management technician for human resources and quickly promoted to full-time in less than a year. Josie progressed through the human resource rank, becoming the assistant director in 2006, then our human resource officer in 2013, where she served for the past 11 years. Josie is steadfast, knowledgeable, dependable member of our city leadership team. Sophie and Josie's best wishes as you retire from the entire Victorville City Council. Congratulations and thank you for your tremendous contributions to the city of Victorville. You will be missed. I am pleased to present you with these plaques. Josie, thank you for everything. My time up there with you was fun, I think. And boy, did I was up there with you, huh? Thank you, ladies. Good luck in your retirement. Have fun. If you want to come back as a volunteer, I'm sure the team would love to have you back. See, look at them. Thank you. Wait, picture time. Now let's get down to business. Madam Clerk, will you present the agenda and any revisions thereto?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have 3 revisions to the agenda this evening. The first revision is to agenda item number 3, which will be read into the record by City Attorney Dave Bartnowski.
Thank you, City Clerk. We need to make a very slight revision to item 3, the resolution number 24102. I believe it shows up on page 359. On the first whereas, on the second page there, we need to add the word "not" after the phrase, "Following the public hearing, the city council determined," add the word "not" to authorize the formation of the district. So we're adding the word "not" to the first whereas on the second page of resolution number 24-102.
The next revision is to agenda item number 28. It's revising attachment A, section 4, subsection E, the parenthesis section to read as follows, including sales tax and up to an 18% tip. Additionally, it's revising attachment A, section 4, subsection H-A, removing long-term at the beginning of the sentence. The next revision is to agenda item number 31, adding attachment D, resume of Derek Marshall, nominee for Planning Commission, and adding attachment E, resume of Tammy McDonald, nominee for CSAC. Madam Mayor, that concludes the revisions to the agenda this evening.
Thank you very much. At this time, I'm asking for any conflict of interest from any of our council members. None? None? Thank you. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Welcome to tonight's meeting of the Victorville City Council. Your City Council is interested in your ideas and opinions and furthermore endeavors to incorporate them into its deliberations. At the same time, the council must be able to carry out its business in an organized and efficient manner, free from material disruption. Therefore, this meeting will be administered in accordance with the council's established policies and procedures and Government Code Section 54957.9 and 54957.95. Individuals may speak on agenda items or on issues not posted on the agenda during the public comments section, provided those issues are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council. Individual speakers may address the council once per public comment period and once per each public hearing item for up to 3 minutes. Additional time may be allotted for appeal hearings in accordance with the city's adopted policy and procedures manual. Those who desire to comment on the public hearing item may wish to reserve their remarks until that particular public hearing has been opened. All testimony is to be directed solely to the council. Although open meeting laws do not permit council members to engage in dialogue with any speaker during the public comment periods, please know your comments and questions may be taken into consideration by council members when discussing the particular agenda item. The presiding officer may briefly respond or have staff respond to statements or questions, or may request that the staff report back to the council at a subsequent meeting. Speakers are requested to comment as briefly as the subject permits. Once comments are invited, the speaker will be called on by name, then recognized by the presiding officer. The speaker will state the item number that will be addressed or that the subject is a non-agendized matter. Audience members may not disrupt, disturb, or otherwise impede the orderly conduct of this meeting, and those who do are subject to removal from the meeting pursuant to Penal Code 403. Your understanding and cooperation are appreciated. Our first speaker this evening is William Castillon. And this is on a non-agendized matter.
I can speak it right now. Okay, I'm partly deaf. I cannot read your lip because you have a computer on your face, and I have no idea. The only way for me to read lip is like 2 feet away. So if you have a question, maybe you ask me later. But thank you, Mayor and everybody. I'm here because I noticed that the bill of the water went up so high, and it didn't change the graphic of the water usage. And I'm trying to figure out why it went too high. And I'm like calling the Victorville, and they told me to come to this meeting. This is the first time ever I'm here, you know. So it's kind of exciting, right? And that's the only thing that I want to say, that I got the paper, the graphic, and I noticed that in the winter you don't use that much water, and it's supposed to change the bills, and it's not. It's 145, 145, 145 for the last 12 months. So I'm like trying to figure out, when I called them, they couldn't tell me, and they said to come down here. And yeah, and this is the one subject that I would like to say. And now that I'm here, can I add another little thing? If it's possible, in the future, if that's possible, to have like a closed caption on screen so I can figure out what you guys are talking about it, because it's kind of nice to be part of the city. So I think it's kind of fun. And also, I work for Uber Driving, and I have a special mirror so I can people relive. And I noticed that I can't work at night because all the street is so dark, can't see it. Because the reason you can't drive at night is because you don't see the pieces of concrete falling out of the asphalt, and then you don't want to step over. And I already had three times the incident where I had to replace my tire, $200 each time, and then Uber or the driver doesn't pay for it, so we have to come up with it out of pocket. And the cost of living is so high. It's like I don't know how people are surviving with this situation. So I think we need to control the cost of anything that we have. You know, the electric, the gas, the water, anything else. It's like we need to come up with some plan that we need to live in affordable, city. No more like crazy cost of it, But thank you for your attention.
Sir? Sure. Leave your name and phone number for the city clerk.
Okay.
The city manager, Mr. Metzger, will have somebody get back to you. Okay?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That concludes our comments for this evening.
Thank you very much. We're going to go on to public hearings. Our first business of order is item 1, update of the master usage fee schedule. Mr. Metzger, would you kindly introduce this item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. This item is before you, resulting from having originally adopted at this level a comprehensive user fee study back in June of 2022. And that comprehensive user fee study effectively analyzed all of the fees for service. And I think it's important to distinguish fees for service are not taxes. They're completely different. They're actually fees that are charged directly associated with a particular individual use based upon the need of the individual or entity of the services that we're offering. And so one of the things that report had done was focused on trying to determine what is the true cost, studying all elements of performing the service, such as labor, what is the true cost for the services that we're providing, and of course summarized that entirely in the user fee report. It was also a part of the original adoption. The intent was to bring that back on an annual basis, and we've been doing so in December of each year since. And this is the time now for us to bring forward the review of that. In part, the intent was to review to make sure that we have the ability to review and determine if the fees are keeping up with the actual cost of inflation. Also to review as business changes to determine if there are new services being offered that require a fee, and or if there are services that are no longer provided, to remove those fees. And so with that, this item does that. It recommends the addition and subtraction of certain fees for service, and it is an item that also recommends and includes a 2.7% increase, recognizing the CPI. And so that would be an inflator to keep up with the inflation realized over the measured period of time. So with that, the item has been authored by your Deputy City Manager, Ms. Janelle Davidson, and she's available for any additional questions or comments you might have.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, would you please read the recommendation?
That the Honorable City Council and Victorville Water District Board of Directors open and conduct the public hearing, close the public hearing, and adopt resolution numbers 24-105 and VWD 24-010, amending the master user fee schedule by adjusting certain user fees based on the percentage change in the consumer price index, adding various new fees, and making other updates and conforming changes.
Thank you. At this time, we'll do technical questions from council members. Councilmember Jones?
I have none, thank you.
Councilmember Godin?
I have none.
Councilmember Irving?
No questions. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman?
I have none.
And I have none. I'll open the public hearing. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak?
No, Madam Mayor.
At this time, I'll now close the public hearing, and I'll invite a motion for this item.
Madam Mayor, I move that we adopt staff's recommendation as it relates to point 3 as presented on the agenda, with points 1 and 2 already having been disposed.
Second.
I have a first by Councilmember Jones, a second by Councilmember Irving. Councilmember Jones, any comments on the pending motion?
No, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Irving?
No questions, thank you.
Councilmember Godin?
No, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman?
I have none.
And I have none. Madam Clerk, will you please take the vote?
Councilmember Godin,
Yes.
Councilmember Irving,
Yes.
Councilmember Jones,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman,
Yes.
Mayor Becerra.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
We've now taken action to approve points 3 of staff's recommendation as presented on the agenda. Item number 2, Development Impact Fees, DIF, and Capacity Charges Annual Review, Master Fee Schedule, Implementation of Policy and Capital Improvement Plan. Mr. Metzger, would you kindly introduce this item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Very similar to the previous item back in June of 2022. In addition to the comprehensive user fee study, we also did a comprehensive development impact fee and capacity charges study. And very similarly, that study was intended to review those charges that were in place, also consider the master plan that supports the capital improvement plan that identifies the capital improvements that effectively are to be built as a function of growth taking place in our community. And so with that, that study was adopted and it's been reviewed annually in December as well. And so it's that time again to review the performance of the fees that we charge in this particular case as it relates to capital. We're actually in year 3 of what's intended to be an 8-year cycle for this DIF and capacity charge. And in this particular case, there's a slightly different measure of, there's a different measure of a CPI, largely because the items here are dealing with actual construction. And so we've reviewed as staff the fees, recommend because of inflation that it'd be appropriate to increase the development impact fees to the order of 1.26%. And then finally, I think it's important to note that these are for fees directly associated with new development. So as new development builds or attempts to build prior to final or C of O, these charges get levied and effectively are collected so that we can build as a city master plan facilities that are certainly identified as going to be in demand as associated with the new development. So with that, the author on this item is also Janelle Davidson, and she's available for any questions or comments you might have.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, would you please read the recommendation?
The Honorable City Council and Victorville Water District Board of Directors open and conduct the public hearing, close the public hearing, and adopt resolution numbers 24-005 and VWD 24-011, adopting an updated master fee schedule for DIF and capacity charges, City Council Policy Number CP-24-05, establishing updated guidelines for implementation of said DIF and capacity charges, and superseding City Council Policy Number CP-23-02 and the associated updated capital improvement plan.
Thank you. We'll do technical questions from council members regarding this item. Councilmember Irving?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't have questions, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Godin?
I have none.
Thank you. Councilmember Jones?
I have none. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman?
None.
And I have none. I'll open the public hearing. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak?
No, Madam Mayor.
Close the public hearing and invited a motion for this item.
Madam Mayor, I move that the council and the Victorville Water District Board of Directors take action in accordance with the recommendations set forth on the agenda, with the exception of points 1 and 2. Those have already been disposed.
Second.
We have a first by Councilmember Jones, a second by Councilmember Irving. Councilmember Jones, any comments on the pending motion?
No, thank you.
Councilmember Irving?
Comments, thank you.
Councilmember Godin?
None, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman?
I have none.
And I have none. Madam Clerk, will you please take the vote?
Councilmember Godin,
Yes.
Councilmember Irving,
Yes.
Councilmember Jones,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman,
Yes.
Mayor Becerra.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. We've now taken action to approve points 3 of staff's recommendation as presented on the agenda. Item 3, formation of the Community Facilities District Number 2024-01 for municipal services. Mr. Metzler, would you kindly introduce this item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. This item is brought forward and is a matter that's been discussed at several prior meetings. But I should start out by saying that this item, the impetus for this item effectively is resultant from the council first having adopted its most recent strategic plan back in August of 2023. And in that strategic plan, it certainly identifies the mission, vision, values for the city, but it also identifies a number of goals. And those goals, 7 of them, in fact, are all supported by very specific strategies. And one of the goals, speaking to fiscal sustainability, has a very specific strategy to help achieve that goal of fiscal sustainability. And that was to actually review and consider or explore the CFD, ACFD, to be formed effectively to help mitigate the long-term economic impacts associated with new development. And really what that means is this city has recognized for many, many years that new development effectively does not pay its fair share when it comes to the variety of public safety services that this city offers. And effectively, as new development comes in, the existing residents are in a position to effectively subsidize the certain costs, such as public safety for the new residents. So to mitigate that, we've explored, and the item that we've brought forward to address that strategic goal is this CFD, which has been discussed with you as a council several times. We first discussed the concept in May of 2024, and then resulted from a property owner request. And this item is actually being done in companion with a property owner request. It's development specific in that there's a local property. It's approximately 117 acres with a tentative tract map for about 312 units that is conditioned with that condition by the Planning Commission to actually require the long-term mitigation of their economic impacts. And effectively, this has been a tool to help satisfy that. So the property owner has asked to be included in this process. And so with that, we've started the process dating back to October 15th, where we actually brought the item to the council, and we actually got the direction from the council to proceed with a resolution to begin the formation. And from that time, we've met subsequently on October 25th, November 19th, and November 26th. We certainly had an issue at the November 19th meeting where the item did not get approved. However, the council ultimately asked that the item be reconsidered on the November 26th meeting and be brought back to this item. So the item that's here before you effectively is the same item that was originally before you on November 19th. We have made some minor changes to the staff report to just make some corrections, but we did include, based upon comments and feedback that we did get from the council over that course of time, we actually did develop a council policy to be adopted in companion with the other recommended items as a part of this action item tonight. And that's a council policy that effectively memorializes how the staff will administer this program, if approved, going forward in future years, so that the council and the public is very clear about how it's intended to be administered going forward. So with that, this item has been supported by a very brief presentation from our consultant and advisor on this matter from Webb Associates, Ms. Heidi Sheppy. She's here via Zoom, so she's certainly available to provide that similar presentation that you've seen before. If not, we can certainly, as staff, being that the author on this item is Deputy City Manager Janelle Davidson. We could all, if the council so inclined, just go straight into questions or comments you might have. So with that, Madam Mayor, I'll yield back to you.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, would you please read the recommendation?
Staff recommends that the Honorable City Council adopt Resolution Number 24-102, Resolution of Formation forming CFD 2024-01, and setting an election for December 17th as requested by the property owners. Adopt Resolution Number 24-103, Resolution certifying the election results upon the city clerk's opening of the sealed ballots that have been received. Open and conduct the public hearing to hear arguments for and against the adoption of Ordinance Number 2453 to allow for the levy of special taxes for CFD 2024-01. Close the public hearing. Introduce Ordinance Number 2453 for adoption and first reading by title only. Waive further reading in full of proposed Ordinance Number 2453 and adopt Resolution Number 24-107, establishing Council Policy CP-24-06 for administration of CFD 2024-01.
Thank you, ma'am. This time we'll do technical questions from council members. Councilmember Jones?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Metzler, I want to ask, I'm going to refer to the resolution on, it's the second whereas on page 360. And it says in that whereas that that Exhibit A would be, is attached here to and incorporated herein by this reference, same thing with Exhibit B. Does that mean then that if we were to adopt this resolution that we are in effect accepting the information provided in both of those exhibits? Which has to do with the maximum levy amounts, et cetera.
That's correct.
Okay. And so then I want to then turn the council's attention, please, to Exhibit A, which is on page 420. Oops. And it follows attachment E, by the way, if that helps anyone. And it's section number 4, enrollment of the levy amount. And I'm wondering, I want to go through this again because I touched on it the last time, and this is a real area of difficulty for me. It says the enrolled levy amount, and it talks about the maximum being 5% or CPI, whichever is greater. I understand that, but then it goes on to talk about what really is the catch-up feature where, well, it explains it here. So let me ask you this. If for 1 year, for example, a council does a 3%, the enrollment is 3%, that leaves 2% in excess capacity. That excess capacity then is held in abeyance, as it were, and it can be used on one future year or future years at any point. What does that look like?
It effectively serves as a ceiling. And so in future years, if you were to decide to actually exercise the catch-up provision, and in doing so, you need to charge or levy a rate that's greater than the 5% or COLA, effectively the ceiling is the capacity for which you could actually go up to. It's not automatic, certainly requires consideration, deliberation from this council, but effectively that is tracked, that catch-up feature is tracked so that you know where the ceiling is at.
So, but it's not necessarily the maximum levy amount. The maximum levy amount says 5% or CPI, but it could affect if we reduce the enrollment 1 year.
Your time is up.
Madam Mayor, I would ask for, I have about 3 more questions.
Let's get through everybody else and see, maybe they'll be answered then. I'm going to move on to Councilwoman Godin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My question will be for Mr. Metzler. I would just like some more clarification on the 5% escalator. It's my understanding that council does have some discretion with changing that, specifically with lowering that. Can you expound on that a little bit?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Yes, and so I would say that there's two ways to do it. Certainly, if adopted as drafted, the language that exists is that you have the ability to levy on an annual basis an amount of up to 5% or CPI, whichever is greater. And I must underscore the up to because it's entirely discretionary. I think speaking to what you're driving at relative to potentially reducing that CPI as a part of this item, we have had discussion as to the way this item is presented and very generally said, if we adopt the item as presented, that's fine. If the council wants to make alterations to the charges, effectively, we believe as staff that you can reduce the inflator, but certainly to do anything that substantially changes the program to where it's an increase, we would have to start the process all over again.
Thank you.
No further questions.
None.
Councilmember Irving?
I don't really have any questions. I just want to state for the record that in previous conversations, Mr. Metzler, for me at least, has reiterated over and over again that council has discretion with regard to this item. And so that's sufficient for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Harriman?
No, I don't. Councilwoman Jones pretty much asked the questions I was looking for.
And mine are the same thing as Councilwoman Irving. It's going to be the discretionary of the council at the time up to 5%, correct?
Or CPI, whichever.
Or CPI. Okay. So it's still up to us, at least next year.
And I think the one thing that's that has been mentioned before, and I'll mention it again, that I think is hugely important, especially as it resulted from having met with the stakeholder community, including the BIA, having listened to them, also including the High Desert Association of Realtors. We've heard their comments, we've heard their concerns, and we've actually included or incorporated, especially as a part of the council policy, provisions that were not required by law to do, but certainly to provide greater assurance to them and certainly greater assurance to the public, including the residents that are affected by this CFD. We have agreed, similar to items 1 and 2, just as we heard in this agenda, we have agreed to bring this item back on an annual basis. We believe it's best to bring it back on an annual basis, coterminous with the budget process, and use that as the opportunity to have a public conversation, get feedback as to the appropriateness in determining if a change in the cost has to be applied. And in doing so, it would be no different than how we approach every other fund. It'd be no different than how we just approached items 1 and 2. And that's what the staff are looking at, the larger picture of how the fund is performing. What are the costs of services? How is the cash flow working in terms of the revenues collected over the expenditure? And is there sufficient money being collected to provide the services? And so that's an analysis identically that we'll be doing for this, and we'll make it just as transparent in those budget meetings or as we approach the budget. And again, I think the important thing is we're not required to do it, but that's how we do things in Victorville to make sure that it's clear and justified when we're making these recommendations.
Thank you, sir. At this time, I'll open
And so, Madam Mayor, my questions were not answered. You say that we could come back to it if they weren't answered.
I'll give you 2 minutes total.
Thank you very much for your patience, Madam Mayor. All right, so I think you already have answered this. Measure P was largely came to us as a result of a public safety report that I had requested to get us ahead of the curve and be proactive in public safety. And yet we have before us monies that will be used for public safety, which I'm all for, by the way. But I'm just wondering, since we have our revenue on that has been so much more than was originally projected, why would we be in this position on Measure P not being sufficient?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. I think that the best way to answer that is looking at Measure P and comparing it to the CFD. That's not apples and apples. That's apples and oranges. Measure P was adopted really to recognize that we'd already fallen behind, and that based upon the call volumes, just focusing on police and fire, based upon the call volumes and the level of service needed to change and respond to those call volumes. Measure P was the answer, which of course yielded substantial investments just to catch up, whether it's on the police or the fire side. And that's not the only thing it's funding. And why I say apples and oranges, the CFD is intended to serve as a collection mechanism for residents that aren't yet here. And again, going back to my original statement that we know and we can identify, and the study that we shared with you identifies that new residents to this community don't pay the full freight of the cost of the service that they're demanding. And so with that, you know, the study that we look at looks also at the and makes assumptions about the discretionary spending of the individual households coming in, what they bring back to the city in terms of general fund revenues, and with that, we still have the shortfall. And so this mechanism more so is focused on mitigating that shortfall that the new residents that don't yet live here that are buying homes in this community are actually paying for. So you're really dealing with a collection for two different purposes.
Thank you. And then, again, you reiterated the part about the new development not paying its fair share. I'm still trying to wrap my brain around that, but I think I get it. And again, coming back to the catch-up feature, and I know that the council has discretion every year, and I love the new resolution put on the agenda. It was so that that's codified. If we have the situation that's laid out here, and we have a council saying that the enrollment fee is only going to be 3% versus 5%, that 2% can be attached to the next year, or 10 years out. Is it always going to be open, so that someone could potentially pay 7% in a given year?
My understanding, again, similar to the response that I gave earlier, is that factors into effectively what is the ceiling. And so in a future year, whether it's the next year or in future years, that ceiling is going to track continuously with time. And so therefore, you should be able to catch up, if you will, in the next year or in subsequent years. And so with that, perhaps if Ms. Sheppy is on the call, in case I didn't communicate that properly or even clear enough, perhaps you can speak to that a little bit more clearly than I.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Metzger. Yes, so that is correct. The maximum tax will track and continue to track as the maximum tax at whatever it's calculated in any given year. So at 5% or CPI, whichever is greater. And the council implementation policy will allow the city council to enroll any amount up to the maximum special tax in any given year. So in 1 year, if council enrolls an escalator of 2%, but the maximum tax did increase at 5%. The following year, if needed, the council could make that decision to enroll up to that total maximum of whatever that it is in the next year. If it's another 5%, then it would be, the 5 plus 3. You would have an 8%, or the council could stagger it and do 4% and 4%. But that maximum would continue to keep trailing and being tracked as the maximum. And council in any given year could increase the enrollment up to that maximum if it was necessary to meet the needs of the public safety requirement.
So does the tracking continue to accumulate? So could potentially someone face in 1 year an actual enrollment levy of 14%, 15%?
At council's discretion per the implementation policy, you could approve that as a general practice and a recommendation. If that was the case and the need, we would recommend phasing that in if that was going to be the increase over a number of years. But yes, it is per your implementation policy at each year, your discretion, what is needed up to the maximum amount and not exceeding the maximum amount.
But there's a maximum tracked amount that could make it more than the levy of 5% or CPI.
That is correct.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
I'll open the public hearing. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak?
No, Madam Mayor. However, we did receive one public comment via email today that was distributed to the council and posted to the website.
Thank you. I'll now close the public hearing. I'll invite a motion to adopt resolution number 24-102, resolution of the formation forming CFD 2024-01 and setting an election date for December 17th as requested by the property owners.
So moved.
I'll second. First by Councilmember Irving, a second by myself. Councilmember Irving, comments on the pending motion?
No comments, thank you.
I have none. Mayor Pro Tem Harriman? Comments on the pending motion?
No.
Councilwoman Godin?
I have none.
Councilwoman Jones?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do. And first and foremost, I want to thank staff for years of work on this. And I know and I really like the approach of the idea of the CFD. I think it's a good approach for our city. But I have to make my decisions based on what I think is good for the community, and I don't think potentially throwing something on someone 3% one year and then facing them having to face unexpectedly something at 15% the next year. People live paycheck to paycheck. That concerns me very much that we could be doing that to any resident. Again, I'm love the work that staff has done. I'm all about increasing public safety and doing our roads. I just am concerned about this. And additionally, when this item came back, there was a vote taken on this in, I think it was a November meeting, or maybe October, I'm losing time. And this resolution failed. It required 4 votes and it failed by a 3-2 vote. So that it needed double the affirmative votes that it got. This item was brought back according to proper policy and procedure. Typically, though, when something is brought back, it's because there's been some new information to consider. But this is precisely the information that was presented before. And I agreed to reconsider this item with the understanding that we were going to look at removing the catch-up feature that I think is just fundamentally unfair to our residents. And then also, looking at some other alternatives, CPI versus a solid 4% or 3%. But unfortunately, we don't have before us any of those options. So for that reason, I couldn't possibly vote for this resolution. I do, however, appreciate all the work of the staff. My vote always has to be for the residents. Has nothing to do with my respect for the work of the council team and the city team. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Madam Clerk, will you please take the vote?
Councilmember Godin?
No.
Councilmember Harriman?
Yes.
Councilmember Irving?
Yes.
Councilmember Jones?
No.
And then Mayor Becerra.
Yes.
Motion passes with Councilmember Godin and Jones voting no.
We've now taken action to approve point 1 of staff's recommendation as presented on the agenda. The resolution that we have just adopted establishes the district authorizes a levy of special taxes in accordance with the adoption rate and method of appointment by calls and election, which election is to be held this time by the city clerk. Madam Clerk, can you please tabulate the ballots?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Each ballot is an affirmative vote for Proposition A and Proposition B.
Thank you. Having heard the statement of the city clerk certifying the results of the election, I will now entertain a motion to adopt Resolution 24-103, certifying the election results upon the city clerk's opening of the sealed ballots that have been received.
Move to adopt the resolution.
Second. Comments on the pending motion, Councilmember Irving?
No comments.
I have none. Mayor Protem Harriman?
I have none.
Councilmember Godin?
I have none.
Councilmember Jones?
I I have a question for our attorney, and I know this isn't the proper time, but my concern is if I vote on this, but I mean, it's clearly a proper vote. I want to know if that overrides in any way what we just did or pushes us to vote a certain way on the other items that are coming up for I don't know what reason.
Madam Mayor, and council members, I don't believe that would affect that at all.
Thank you. So my vote would be yes. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, will you please take the vote?
Oh, sorry.
Councilmember Godin,
Yes.
Councilmember Irving,
Yes.
Councilmember Jones,
Aye.
Councilmember Harriman,
Yes.
Mayor Becerra.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
We've now taken action to approve points 2 of staff's recommendation as presented on the agenda. We're now going to move forward to point 5, which is introduction of ordinance 2453. Madam Clerk, will you please read the title of the ordinance?
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Victorville, California, acting in its capacity as the legislative body of Community Facilities District Number 2024-01 of the City of Victorville Municipal Services, authorizing the levy of special taxes within said Community Facilities District.
I will now entertain a motion to introduce ordinance number 2453 for adoption and first reading by title only to authorize the levy of special taxes within the Community Facilities District number 2024-01 and waive further reading of the full proposed ordinance number 2453.
So moved.
Second. First by Councilmember Irving, second by Mayor Becerra. Councilmember Irving, comments on the pending motion?
No comments.
I have none. Councilmember Jones?
I have a legal question. Page 407 talks about us having, that this is before us because we've approved resolution 24102 and it just failed. So why are we doing this? I guess would be my
What
question.
failed? We've approved. We haven't failed anything.
Resolution 24102 did not pass.
Yes, it did.
Did pass.
Doesn't it require 4 votes?
No, it does not.
Oh, my apologies then, but this requires 4.
No, this is an ordinance, just 3 votes.
Why did it require 4 at the last meeting?
It didn't require 4 at the last meeting, it just required 3. The only time we needed 4 votes
I'm
was
sorry.
to
You
add
know
the
what?
item
Your
to the agenda.
apologies. You're right. We were talking about suspension. All right, got it. All right. My apologies, Madam Mayor. So my comments, I'm not going to say it again, but I reiterate that I couldn't possibly vote for this. I think it's a betrayal of trust to the community. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, will you please take the vote?
Member Godin,
Yes.
Member Irving,
Yes.
Member Jones,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman,
Yes.
Mayor Becerra.
Yes.
Motion passes with Councilmember Jones voting no.
We've now taken action to approve points 5 and 6 of staff's recommendation as presented on the agenda. Moving on to point 7, I'll invite a motion to adopt resolutions number 24-107, establishing City Council Policy CP-24-06 for administration of the CFD 2024-01.
So moved.
Second. Councilmember Irving, any comments on the pending
No
motion?
comments. Thank you.
I have none. Councilmember Jones?
No.
Councilmember Godin?
None.
Mayor Protem Harriman?
None.
Madam Clerk, will you please take the vote?
Councilmember Godin,
Yes.
Councilmember Irving,
Yes.
Councilmember Jones,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman, Mayor Becerra.
Yes.
Motion passes with Councilmember Jones voting no.
We've now taken action to approve point 7 of staff's recommendation as presented on the agenda. This concludes the public hearing for formation of the CFD 2024-01. We're now going to move on to the consent calendar, items 4 through 17. I'll invite a motion.
Madam Mayor, I move that we adopt the consent calendar, items 4 through 17.
I'll second. Madam Clerk, will you take the vote?
Councilmember Godin,
Yes.
Councilmember Irving,
Yes.
Councilmember Jones,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman,
Yes.
Mayor Becerra.
Yes,
Motion passes unanimously.
thank you. Written communication, approval of final track map number 14525. Mr. Metzler, will you kindly introduce this item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. This item is the companion map to the public hearing. We just concluded public hearing number 3. And this effectively is dealing with the conversion of a tentative tract map to a final map. And one of the primary issues holding up eventually getting the tentative tract to be able to be approved as a vested final map was the condition that the Planning Commission has placed on the project, which is that it shall mitigate the long-term economic impacts of the project. And so with item 3 having been approved, that serves as the mechanism to satisfy that condition for the owner of this tentative tract map 14525. And just to summarize what that tract map is, it is a residential tract. It's approximately 117 acres with 312 units proposed over a 3-phase development. So with that, it also is a map that contemplates an HOA to be formed along with with park and clubhouse amenities, among others. And so with that, with this condition being satisfied, there is a recommendation before you as this item's been prepared by your city engineer, Mr. Freddie Bonilla, and he's available for any questions or comments you might have.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, will you please read the recommendation?
That the Honorable City Council conditionally approve the following actions, subject to the formation of Community Facilities District CFD number 2024-01 and the associated adoption of Ordinance 2453. Approve final tract map number 14525. Approve the execution of a subdivision improvement agreement with Subdivider and the city for final tract map number 14525. Approve the execution of a lien agreement with SLPR LLC, a security for the public improvements for said tract, and approve the release of the land division improvement construction agreement for parcel map number 15883, parcel 1.
Thank you. At this time, we'll do technical questions from council members. Councilmember Godin?
I have none, thank you.
Councilmember Jones?
I have none. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Irving?
No questions, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman?
None.
And I have none. I'll invite a motion for this item.
Madam Mayor, I move that we adopt staff's recommendations for items 1 through 4.
Second.
I have a first by Councilmember Irving, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Harriman. Comments on the pending motion, Councilmember Irving?
No comments.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman?
Yeah, I would just like to say I'm actually pretty excited about this project. I think that's one thing the city lacks, and that is a little bit higher income housing with an HOA and right there near the river. I'm really excited about this project and can't wait to see it happen.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Godin?
None, thank you.
Councilmember Jones?
None, thank you.
Madam Clerk, will you take the vote, please?
Councilmember Godin,
Yes.
Councilmember Irving,
Yes.
Councilmember Jones,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman,
Yes.
Mayor Becerra.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
We've now taken action to approve staff's recommendation as presented on the agenda. Item 19, Hazard Mitigation Grant Program. Mr. Metzler, would you kindly introduce this item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. FEMA, through the Cal OES funds, are available in the form of grant funds to local agencies such as ours to assist them in the preparation of a hazard mitigation plan. And so with that, this item effectively authorizes us to proceed with the application asking for funds. That does have a match requirement, but it would authorize at least for us to apply for those funds to see if we can actually get those funds then which would be used to advance our hazard mitigation plan update. And so with that, the author on the item is your Deputy City Manager, Ms. Janelle Davidson. She's available for any questions or comments you might have.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, would you please read the recommendation?
That the Honorable City Council adopt Resolution Number 24-086, authorizing the city manager or his or her designee to apply for, accept, and execute all documents deemed necessary to facilitate receipt of grant funding for the Hazard Mitigation Grant Program.
Thank you. At this time, we'll do technical questions from Councilmember. Councilmember Irving?
I don't have any, thank you.
Councilmember Godin?
None, thank you.
Councilmember Jones? Mayor Pro Tem Harriman?
I have nothing.
And I have none. I'll invite a motion for this item. Motion to adopt staff's recommendation as presented on the agenda.
Second.
I do not have any comments on the pending motion. Councilmember Irving?
No questions, or no, excuse me.
No comments. Councilmember Jones?
None, thank you.
Councilmember Godin?
None.
Councilmember Harriman?
No comments.
Madam Clerk, will you take the vote, please?
Councilmember Godin?
Yes.
Councilmember Irving?
Yes.
Councilmember Jones?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman?
Yes.
Mayor Becerra?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
We've now taken action to approve staff's recommendation as presented on the agenda. Item 20, Building 724 Heating, Ventilation, and Air Conditioning System Replacement. Mr. Metzler, will you kindly introduce this item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. This item involves the award of a contract to effectively install a new heating and ventilation system, air conditioning system at Building 724, which is actually the ARF station at the Southern California Logistics Airport. ARF station is Aircraft Rescue Firefighting Station, Station 319 as we would label it. And this is basically replacing a 1988 vintage unit. We've actually been pretty good at keeping it maintained over the period of time. We've only had one real major repair over the course of its useful life, but effectively surprising to us this year, it reached its useful life, and it's been determined that we're at that point where it's better to replace it altogether. So with that, this item brings forward to you an award to actually replace that unit. It's an item that's been authorized by your airport director, Mr. Eric Gray. He's unable to be here with us tonight, so we do have Assistant Director of the airport, Mr. James Murawski, and he's available for any questions or comments you might have.
Madam Clerk, will you please read the recommendation?
That the Southern California Logistics Airport Authority Board of Directors approve Amendment 4 to the General Services Provider Standard Agreement between SCLAA and FM Thomas Air Conditioning, Inc., increasing the not-to-exceed compensation amount from $50,000 to $150,000, and adopt Resolution Number SCLAA 24-005, amending the fiscal year 2024-2025 Building 724 maintenance budget by $126,296, and approve FM Thomas Air Conditioning, Inc. to furnish and install a new heating, ventilation, and air conditioning system at Building 724.
Thank you. At this time, we'll do technical questions from Councilmember. Councilmember Jones?
I have none, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Godin?
I have none, thank you.
Councilmember Irving?
I don't have any questions, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman?
I have none.
And I have none. I'll invite a motion for this item.
Madam Mayor, I move to adopt staff's recommendations as presented on the agenda.
Second.
I have a first by Councilmember Irving, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Harriman. Councilmember Irving, comments on the pending motion?
No comments.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman, comments?
I have none.
Councilwoman Godin, comments?
No comments.
Councilmember Jones?
None, thank you.
And I have none. Madam Clerk, will you please take the vote?
Councilmember Godin?
Yes.
Councilmember Irving?
Yes.
Councilmember Jones?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman?
Yes.
Mayor Becerra?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
We've now taken action to approve staff's recommendation as presented on the agenda. Item 21, construction agreement with Scorpion Fire Protection, Inc. for Fire Suppressive System Services Project JM 24-109. Mr. Metzler, will you kindly introduce this item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. This item also deals with facilities out at the airport, particularly your wide-body hangar facilities that have fairly sophisticated fire suppression foam systems currently located inside. And so with that, this item is effectively being brought forward largely to expand the existing contract that's in place. This is only really being brought forward because we have an existing contract, and this amount effectively would cause a contract to be in excess of the city manager's purchasing authority, but it would be for services similar to those already performed, dealing with the specific inspection, testing, and servicing of the fire suppression system, which comprises pumps, sensors, detectors, and the sprinklers themselves. And so with that, we have gone through a competitive process, and therefore you have the recommendation before you that's been authored by your airport director, Mr. Eric Ray. But again, James Borowski, Assistant Director of the airport, is here for any questions or comments you might have.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, would you please read the recommendation?
That the Southern California Logistics Airport Authority Board of Directors approve the award of a construction agreement by and between the Southern California Logistics Airport Authority and Scorpion Fire Protection, Inc. in the amount not to exceed $50,000 in support of fire suppression system services, Project JM 24-109.
Thank you. We'll do technical questions from council members regarding this item. Councilmember Godin?
I have none.
Councilmember Jones?
And thank you.
Councilmember Irving?
Questions? Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman?
Yeah, just a short one. So this is, this is in place on top of the original contract?
Correct. We do have an original contract with Scorpion, and they do similarly natured work. For example, to the pump houses that we have on the airport, we do have two large multi-diesel engine fired pumps that actually deliver, not only the pressure and the water to these suppression systems. And so they're already engaged in doing those similarly natured types of work. James Borowski can fill in any blanks that I may have missed discussing any other work they might be doing.
I'm actually good. I actually went over it with Keith in detail. I just thought maybe some of the others would maybe want to hear, because it's actually pretty complex. Thank you.
And I have none. I also went through it with him. You wouldn't believe how much he knows about fire suppression system now. I'll invite a motion for this item.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I move that the CLAA Board of Directors take action in accordance with the recommendations set forth on the agenda.
Second.
First by Councilmember Jones, second by Mayor Pro Tem Harriman. Councilmember Jones, any comments on the pending motion?
I have none. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman.
Yeah, state of the art. I love it.
Councilmember Godin.
I have none. Thank you.
Councilmember Irving.
No comments. Thank you.
And I have none. Madam Clerk, will you take the vote, please?
Councilmember Godin?
Yes.
Councilmember Irving?
Yes.
Councilmember Jones?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman?
Yes.
Mayor Becerra?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
We've now taken action to approve staff's recommendation as presented on the agenda. Item 22, consultant professional services provided agreement with Larry Walker and Associates for the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System NPDES permit for the industrial wastewater treatment plant. Please, Mr. Metzler, would you introduce this item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. This item is being brought forward to you as it directly relates to our business in conducting treatment work, sewer treatment work for sewage that's actually produced by residents, industry, and sent to the SCLA Industrial Wastewater Treatment Plant located at the very northeast part of the SCLA grounds. That's a facility that was built back in 2010 and has the capability of treating not only domestic sewage, but also industrially based, industrially generated sewage. Our biggest industrial customer is the Dr. Pepper Keurig Dr. Pepper Snapple plant. And currently at that plant, we treat about 1.9 million gallons a day of sewage. And with that plant, we actually treat that sewage and produce a very clean Title 22 reclaimed water. And with that approximately 1.9 million gallon day of reclaimed water, we actually have 3 locations in which we're able to send that reclaimed water for use. And so the first and the most important for us is trying to have that used by the High Desert Power Project, along with irrigation uses out at SCLA, including Schmidt Park. That's the first location in which we apply the reclaimed water. Then secondly, we do own in the VVWA campus a perk pond. I believe it's perk pond 14 is how we commonly refer to it. And for water that's not reclaimed water that's not consumed by HDPP or irrigation users at SCLA, we have a percolation pond for which that water can be received and eventually percolate back into the ground. We've experienced instances where we're not achieving the percolation rate or the percolation at all from that pond. And a third location would be effectively sending that reclaimed water to VVWA, and they basically receive that water through the headworks and reprocess it. We're actively working with VVWA to bypass the headworks and effectively take that reclaimed water to the UV train, which would ultimately be a more economical way of getting our reclaimed water discharged to the river in events where we can't utilize our preferred and secondary options. This item before you is intended to not only study but identify and also secure permits that would be necessary effectively to have our own discharge point to the river, and so that we don't have to depend on VVWA's NPDES permit in processing at least through a portion of their plant. This study, this consulting arrangement would actually begin the evaluation of trying to identify a location for us to be able to discharge directly to the Mojave River. Certainly expected to be a much more cost-effective means in the event we can't have our reclaimed water use by users. But certainly also we believe it's going to be overly necessary as we're currently master planning the expansion. This council's already authorized us to proceed in that regard, the expansion of the SCLA wastewater treatment plant. So having an NPDES permit, staff believes, is necessary to serve as a cost-effective location to deal with discharge of reclaimed water when we can't use it for actual reclaimed water uses. So with that, the author on the item is your city engineer, Mr. Freddie Bonilla, and he's available for any questions or comments you might have.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, would you please read the recommendation?
That the Honorable Victorville Water District Board of Directors approve consultant professional services provider agreement with Larry Walker Associates, Inc. in an amount not to exceed $499,272 for NPDES permit preparation for the industrial wastewater treatment plant's excess recycled water discharge.
Thank you. This time we'll do technical questions from Councilmember. Councilmember Irving?
Yes, I do have a question. Do we have an ongoing relationship with this service provider?
Currently, I don't know the answer, but I'm going to allow Mr. Freddie Bonilla to answer that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Metzger. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council. No, we do not have a current relation with Larry Walker and Associates, so we are familiar with them because they are VVWRA's consultant when it comes to their NPDES permit, so they know the region very well, which is why they were our highest ranked consultant.
I see, but for the 2 proposals that were received, we did have an ongoing relationship with the other consultant that submitted a bid. Is that correct?
That is correct. The second consultant was Woodard and Current, who we currently have under contract for our expansion of the IWWTP.
Okay, but we're very familiar with Larry Walker and Associates' work.
We are familiar and through VVWRA because, again, you know, they handle their NPDES permit currently.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Harriman?
I have none.
Thank you. Councilwoman Godin,
I have none, thank you.
Councilwoman Jones.
Yeah, I have none as it relates to the agreement. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
And I just have a question for Mr. Metzler. Getting this permit would save us money because in the sense, when we send the reclaimed water to VVWRA, they're charging us for that water as if it was not dirty, but not ready to be discharged.
Yeah, it's certainly a costly, very costly alternative that we're experiencing, even though we, I'm told, are actually percolating back to Perk Bond 14. But it is a very expensive proposition to send already Title 22 treated water to basically be commingled with raw sewage and just have it treated all over again. There are some dilutional benefits to the regional plant, but it's just not wise. And so it's something that we've had to do because of the percolation issues. However, we certainly envision going forward, we do have, we are in active discussions with users that we believe can help better use our water, reclaimed water. And also this council is aware that we are in the process of master planning a reclaimed water system effectively to be able to get that water and other water that's entitled to us by VVWRA and start conveying that into the city so that our high potable water users such as parks and schools, ultimately we can find an alternative potable water resource and use reclaimed water instead.
Thank you, sir. I'll invite a motion for this item.
Madam Mayor, I move that we adopt staff's recommendation for this agenda item.
Second.
I have a first by Councilmember Irving and a second by Mayor Potem Harriman. Councilmember Irving, comments on the pending
No,
motion?
no comments. Thank you so much.
Mayor Potem Harriman,
I have none.
Councilwoman Jones,
None, thank you.
Councilwoman Godin,
No questions, thank you.
and I have none. Madam Clerk, will you please take the vote?
Councilmember Godin,
Yes.
Councilmember Irving,
Yes.
Councilmember Jones,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman,
Yes.
Mayor Becerra.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
We've now taken action to approve staff's recommendation as presented on the agenda. Item 23, custom truck beds for water field service vehicles. Mr. Metzler, would you kindly introduce this item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Our field crews depend upon operating vehicles and the use of vehicles to satisfy the response and the service that they offer not only to our residents but our systems. And this particular item is dealing with the water side of the house where there are custom truck beds necessary to help more effectively and efficiently respond to call outs. And so with that, these would be custom truck beds that would actually be mounted on truck and chassis that we already own as the city. And so with that, because of the special nature of it, there has been a sole source justification to satisfy the procurement process. And so with that, the item, this item has been authored by your Director of Public Works and Water, Mr. Doug Matthews, and he's available for any questions or comments you might have.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, will you please read the recommendation?
That the Honorable City Council Board of Directors find that Doug Page Manufacturing is the sole manufacturer for the procurement, manufacturing, and installation of 2 custom truck beds, and a sole source is approved in accordance with VMC 2.28.100B2, and authorize the procurement, manufacturing, and installation of 2 custom truck beds in the amount of $239,923 to Doug Page Manufacturing.
Thank you. We'll do technical questions from council members. Councilmember Jones,
None, thank you.
Councilmember Godin,
I have none.
Councilmember Irving,
Questions, ma'am?
Mayor Potem Harriman.
It's my understanding we already got these trucks. I got to give you something to do, Doug. Get up here.
Yeah, we do have the cabin chassis already.
And they're brand new?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
The only thing, can I get pictures when you guys get them? Because we need
Absolutely.
beds.
Yeah,
Thank
that'll be nice.
I'll invite a motion for this item. Motion to adopt staff's recommendation as stated on the agenda.
Second.
First by Mayor Becerra, second by Councilwoman Irving. I have no comments. Councilmember Irving?
No comments.
Councilmember Jones?
None, thank you.
Councilmember Godin?
I have none.
Mayor Potem Harriman.
I have none.
Madam Clerk, will you take the vote?
Councilmember Godin,
Yes.
Councilmember Irving?
Yes.
Councilmember Jones?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman?
Yes.
Mayor Becerra?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
We've now taken action to approve staff's recommendation as presented on the agenda. Item 24, extension of sunset date for certain temporary fees and penalty waivers for animal services pursuant to Section 7.04.055 of the Victorville Municipal Code. Mr. Metzler, would you kindly introduce this item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. As you're aware, since May of last year, we've really been forced to position ourselves in such a way where we're actually sheltering animals. As you know, our animal control division was largely responsive for the actual responding to and the picking up and the transport of animals to a shelter. But in May, we've had to scramble and start taking on that element of the business ourselves. And as you're well aware, we've recently opened our newest adoption center. But there's a larger strategy involved to ultimately help us change some of the behaviors that exist in the community with respect to the lack of licensing of animals, which are important, especially as we're trying to reconnect lost animals with their owners. So with that, we do have this item before you. We also do have a very brief verbal presentation from Mr. George Duran, your code enforcement official. So if I might, I'd like to yield to Mr. Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler. Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. As Mr. Metzler indicated, we started this venture in May 2023, and we got right to work. We were provided a short 30-day notice from our old shelter provider. And what we saw was we had the need to establish 2 animal shelter locations, one at our Palmdale yard, an equipment yard, to establish really intake operations, and an area to adopt animals consisting of 20 kennels. We got right to work. We employed or utilized staff from various locations willing to assist us with the care of the animals, which included the cleaning of the kennels, the walking of the animals, literally through our desert areas. Obviously they enjoyed it as well, some exercise as well, but this was certainly an experience for us. We reached out to Best Friends. Best Friends is a renowned, Best Friends Animal Society, renowned for their shelter operations and animal care knowledge, for guidance. Guidance with respect to caring for the animals, cleaning, a major concern for us, obviously establishing a shelter at a equipment yard that is not suitable for an animal shelter, but we made it work. So we definitely relied on their guidance and on-site inspections, more importantly, to kind of really show them what we were looking at. Today, we've, at this location, we've processed roughly over 2,200 kennel animals since the emergency. And before you is this item to continue the stay of these fees, really to help us establish our rhythm with our new shelter. But what we've seen with the stay of these fees that started on June 6, 2023, is that it has an effect where the increase in licensing and the increase in microchipping, which again, these fees aim to stay, allows us to increase opportunity to rehome these the dogs that are stray back to their original owners. Understandably, the expected temporary reduction in revenue results in a long-term operational savings when animal services folks don't have to care for stray animals. Additionally, the stay on fees really allows us to move forward with additional animal pet adoptions as we've completed throughout. During this entire period, we actually had several animal adoption events at Home Depot, at our Costco, and matter of fact, most recently at our Costco event over the past weekend, we had a dual event where we had approximately 10 animals adopted, 40 microchips, 30 free licenses. So it's working. The stay of the fees really allows folks that perhaps have a stray animal that was, captured by our team to come reclaim their animal without incurring a fee for impounds. It really does allow us the bandwidth, the ability to really, again, establish our footing with our new operation. And we expect to gather more data here in the next 6 months to really establish our services and to better really improve our services and provide a better service for our residents. I should add a few more stats that our team is certainly really proud of as well. To date, over 2,500 free licenses have been issued. Over 3,375 animals have been microchipped, and 385 animals have been returned to their owners. Notable in this effort was the need for our staff to really think outside the box. And again, through Guidance to Best Friends, we established a foster and rescue program, of which over 300 animals were fostered and rescued. We had fosters from as far as Alaska. We had fosters from Las Vegas, but we had a few animals that were flown out across the country. All really geared, all really from the efforts that the staff put forward and to identify fosters that were willing to take some of these pups. Our new, as you know, our new shelter aims to expand and really establish our animal services and shelter operation. The new site currently will house approximately 135 dogs and over 40 cats, but we certainly have plans for 2 larger buildings to expand to an additional 200 kennels. Really giving us the bandwidth to not worry about overcapacity. Again, our current facility now employs 6 part-time maintenance aides and a registered vet tech, all there to consistently clean the animals and clean the kennels and ensure they are experiencing some enrichment activities. All of these activities really allow the animals to maintain a healthy mental state and maintain adoptability status. Thank you.
Mr. Metzler, anything else on your side? Okay.
Nothing further from staff.
Madam Clerk, will you please read the recommendation?
That the Honorable City Council adopt Resolution Number 24-089, extending the sunset date of certain temporary fee and penalty waivers associated with the licensing and impoundment of dogs and cats in the city to June 30th, 2025.
Thank you. We'll do technical questions from Councilmember. Councilmember Godan?
I have none, thank you.
Councilmember Irving?
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Jones?
I don't have any questions, but I will have comments.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman?
I have no questions.
And I have none. I'll invite a motion for this item.
I move to adopt staff recommendation as presented in the agenda.
Second.
I have a first by Councilmember Godan, and you can pick who's second. Okay, Councilmember Irving. Comments on the pending motion, Councilmember Godan?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to say a great job to the city staff for, this was a very well thought out program, and it was executed very well in a short window of time. The professionalism of the staff down there and the care that they're providing these animals is exemplary. And so kudos to Mr. Metzler and the staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Irving, comments?
Yes, I do. I want to say thank you to Mr. Duran for sharing those impressive highlights from your program, and congratulate you and your team on your success. And I am certain that our furry friends appreciate you, because I do too. This was touching. I like this kind of, this is good news. Thank you.
Councilmember Jones?
I do, thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Metzler, thank you to you and certainly to your staff for the fine work on this. I've had the good pleasure of attending some of those adoption events, and I have not been in a while because I just want to take every single one home. They're adorable, and I've seen staff in action, and let me just tell you, they love every single animal, and I don't know how common that is, but it sure does show in the city of Victorville. And there was one I was going to foster, but she wasn't available. Not that I don't have a house full of rescues already. But again, thank you so much for the fabulous report, Mr. Duran. And Mr. Metzler, again, to your team, kudos. I'm so proud of the love and care given by our city to our very vulnerable pets. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman?
Well, the ladies all said everything I was going to say. Good job, George. I think that this facility will be the leading edge of the high desert as far as animal control. I did go to the ribbon cutting, and I was given the tour. And the new facility is fantastic. And I really like the idea that we still have 2 buildings to expand on. And I just think everybody did a fantastic job. I have had animal control have to come to my house, and every time they have done it, they have just done a great job. They've been very understanding and knowledgeable, and everything always went very smooth. So thank you.
Ditto for everything they said. Mr. Metzler, George, you and your staff, awesome job. Looking down there and everything brought back some memories. So knowing that it's going to serve another purpose and another better purpose, kudos to you and your staff. Tell them I said, great job. Thank you. Madam Clerk, will you take the vote?
Councilmember Godin,
Yes.
Councilmember Irving,
Yes.
Councilmember Jones,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman,
Yes.
Mayor Becerra.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
We've now taken action to approve staff's recommendation as presented on the agenda. Item 25, underfunded landscape maintenance assessment districts, LMADS 1 through 4 consultant contract award. Mr. Metzler, would you kindly introduce this item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Responding to council direction given to staff back in April of 2024, staff was directed to bring back an action item that would help work towards bringing some sense of fiscal sustainability to LMADs 1 through 4. For the benefit of the public that doesn't know, LMAD, that's the Landscape Maintenance and Assessment Districts. We have a number of them throughout the community. But the LMADs, commonly referred to as 1 through 4, have had fiscal constraints. And quite honestly, the fiscal constraints have everything to do with the way they were originally formed. They did not have provisions in the original formation documents that allow for inflators, similar to the conversation we were having earlier in this meeting. And because they have not fulfilled the Prop 218 requirements to actually have property owner consent via ballot measure or vote, they've effectively been in a position where the cost to operate them exceed the revenues generated. And so to bring those into balance, effectively services within those LMADs have been curtailed substantially, to the point where in probably the more well-known LMADs 2 and 3, which are Eagle Ranch and the Brentwood community, you can certainly see areas in their public landscaping areas that have obviously been curtailed or cut back. And so with that, because this council has had a goal not only of trying to bring fiscal sustainability to all of the funds it operates, this certainly touches on trying to beautify the city and try to avoid the negative effects of blight, which is in some respects some of what's happening in some of these LMADs just by not having sufficient landscaping. So with that, we did bring back this item which is effectively award of contract to Wildan Financial Services, to where the scope of work included in this contract would effectively be to review the issues, advise on options, conduct community outreach, to try to create greater awareness amongst the property owners of the significance of this issue that we're dealing with. And then, of course, pursue ballot distribution, which would conform to the Proposition 218 requirements. And so with that, I'm sorry, I do need to disclose, and it is in the staff report, as a part of the original direction by the council at the April 2024 meeting, there was a specific inclusion in the motion, which was in doing so as proceeding and trying to find resolution here, not to spend Measure P funds. What we didn't know at the time, but we certainly learned since revisiting this item, and it's attended to in this agenda item, is that there's an old 1997 policy where the council then was thinking similarly as it relates to the general fund, and they had effectively adopted a policy back in 1997 that basically states that general fund money can't be used to fund the LMADs. So that's a dilemma. But understanding the council's direction, we wanted to at least fulfill your direction. And I think the simple way to describe the fiscal impact of this is there has to be a funding source to basically fund this contract. General fund is backing up. An LMAD fund could be used to pay for these services, but only if the Prop 218 vote gets approved, because this is not currently an envisioned expenditure as a part of the original formation. So with that, the only real option that we have, considering this council's motion and not including Measure P, is to consider the general fund, but effectively to do so, you'd have to rescind that 1997 council policy. So with that, the item's been co-authored by your Deputy City Manager, Janelle Davidson, and also Deputy City Manager Scott Webb. They're both available for any questions or comments you might have.
Madam Clerk, will you please read the recommendation?
That the Honorable City Council adopt Resolution Number 24-090, amending the fiscal year 2024-2025 budget, approving an additional appropriation of $45,800 of general fund funds, and suspending Council Policy Number CP-97-3, and award a contract to Wildan Financial Services in an amount not to exceed $45,800 for assessment engineering services.
Thank you. At this time, we'll do technical questions from Councilmember. Councilmember Jones,
I have no questions. I will have comments. Thank you.
Councilmember Godin,
I have none, thank you.
Councilmember Irving.
I do have a question. I guess it's more procedural. Will we have to like bifurcate this in any way since we're suspending council policy? Will we have to consider this, twofold, separately?
I would think that you probably should take action. I think that's a good question. You probably should take action first on recommendation number 1. And presuming that that gets approved, then I believe it would be appropriate to consider recommendation number 2.
Okay, do I need to move that we bifurcate this item and entertain suspending council policy first? Do I need to make a motion to that effect?
So long as they're separate motions, I think that's fine. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think you need a separate, another motion just to bifurcate them. I think you can just take each item individually.
Very good, thank you. That's my question, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman.
Yeah, I want to make sure I understood that right. We can't take LMAD funds from other ones that already have escalators in them and use them on these, or is that what I was hearing?
You're understanding that correctly, because effectively this would be an expenditure for LMADs that aren't those LMADs that actually do have funds.
Okay. And I,
The LMADs effectively are special purpose, so the money generated from the respective LMAD has to be spent back on that respective LMAD.
okay, all right, that's all I have, thanks.
And I have none. At this time, I'm gonna, Councilmember Irving, you already showed interest in having a motion on this item?
I think the city attorney stated that we don't have to have a motion, but we can consider, what is it, item 1 first? And then, okay.
Correct.
That's your motion for item 1 then?
Do I need a motion?
I think she's asking if you want to make the motion on point 1 for the agenda item. Is that what you're asking, Mayor?
According to the attorney, he said we do not, but I would ask that we consider it first.
No, we don't need to have a separate motion just to bifurcate the items. We just need two separate motions, a motion for the item 1 and then another motion for item 2.
Okay, well, I move that we entertain item 1 first, and then item 2.
Second,
Does that make sense?
Second on both items?
yeah, yes.
So I have a first by Councilmember Irving's for item 1 and item 2, and I have a second by Mayor Pro Tem Harriman, who did say,
I think what we need to do is vote on item 1 first, and we need to clarify that Member Irving is specifically saying that she is moving adoption of Resolution 24020, which is suspending council policy CP 97-3. Is that
Okay.
correct?
That would be correct, and thank you.
Okay. So that's your motion.
That is my motion.
And Member Harriman.
And I will second that.
okay, technical questions on the pending motion. Councilmember Irving,
I don't have any.
Councilmember Harriman,
This is the elimination of the 1997 old, that's all I have.
Councilmember Jones?
So, but we're doing comments on the pending motion, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Item 1.
Yeah, no, I mean, other than I'm very happy to see this, thankful for the follow-up in responding to council's directive. I think this is the way that we have to go, or these communities are going to continue to blight when they were originally meant to be, you know, those residents paid extra money in their property taxes through Melrose to have their landscaping taken care of, but it didn't have that built-in inflator. So over time, as costs have increased dramatically over the last 20 some odd years, it just can't keep pace with the costs to keep up the landscaping, et cetera. So, I mean, unless we want those communities to continue to degrade and eventually blight, we have to appeal to our community to take a look at this. So thank you, Mr. Metzler.
I've done all you.
So would you like me to take the vote on this item?
Just have a comment real quick. I look at this as a CFD. I mean, if now we're gonna start getting into our pockets for it, it's just like a CFD. So, Madam Clerk, will you take the vote?
Councilmember Godin,
Yes.
Councilmember Irving,
Yes.
Councilmember Jones,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman,
Yes.
and Mayor Becerra.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously for point 1 on agenda item number 25.
Okay. Now let's move on to point 2.
I'll move to award the contract for
Staff's recommendation.
staff's recommendation.
Second.
We have a first by Councilmember Harriman, a second by Councilmember Irving. Councilmember Harriman, any comments?
No, I don't. Yeah, I do. I'm glad we're addressing this also.
Okay.
And I discussed it earlier with Keith, but we did have a pilot program where we had an area that was done, and you know, so I'm looking forward to. It turned out great. I'm looking forward to the rest of those LMADs looking the same.
Okay. Councilmember Irving?
Yes, initially, when I read the backup material, and even when we had the discussion back in April, I thought this was inherently unfair, particularly to residents in the newer developments. However, when, you know, you weigh the public good against what could be fair or what have you, I wholeheartedly agree that we need to get ahead of blight and deterioration in the other LMADs. especially when you think about the entire city of Victorville. So I'm in agreement with Member Jones. Thank you.
Councilmember Godin,
I have no comments. Thank you.
Councilmember Jones,
Oh, none, thank you.
I have none. I think it's unfair, but I have none. Madam Clerk, will you take the vote?
Councilmember Godin,
Yes.
Councilmember Irving, Councilmember Jones,
Aye.
Mayor Protem Harriman,
Yes.
Mayor Becerra.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously for point 2 on agenda item 25.
We've now taken action to approve staff's recommendation as presented on the agenda. Item 26, construction agreement with Blue Sky Restoration Contractors for the City Hall Reception and Security Expansion Project JM25-080. Mr. Metzler, would you kindly introduce this item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. This item involves the award of a contract for some construction work that effectively remodels the public entry in more the south central part of the City Hall building. And resulting from having performed a security site assessment, a number of recommendations we've been pursuing to try to harden, if you will, City Hall to have a much more protected environment for the employees. And so with that, you've probably seen some alterations recently being made, especially as it relates to entering the north wing of the building with double door card controlled access. This would be as you're entering the public entry, involves generally as a scope a new customer service counter with bulletproofing of glass, and then also a double door glass system that also is bulletproofed to protect entry into the southern wing of the City Hall. And so with that, this item has been authored by your Community Services Director, Ms. Donna Meester, and she's certainly available for any questions or comments you might have.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, will you please read the recommendation?
That the Honorable City Council approve the award of a construction agreement to Blue Sky Restoration Contractors in the amount not to exceed $380,928.45 for the City Hall Reception and Security Expansion Project JM25-080.
Thank you. We'll do technical questions from council members. Councilmember Jones,
I have none, thank you.
Councilmember Godin,
I don't have any. Thank you.
Councilmember Irving,
No questions. Thank you.
Mayor Protem Harriman.
Yeah, so this will essentially look just like when I go to the bank,
Depends on which bank you go to.
but I go to a safe one, so.
Well, I'm hoping it looks better, but
Well, I wasn't being derogatory, but will it go all the way to the ceiling?
that I don't know, but I'm certainly going to offer Ms. Meester an opportunity to answer that question and perhaps kind of talk through to give a better visual. Altogether, we're looking for something that doesn't look institutional, but still looks welcome.
Oh, my bank looks beautiful.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. So we will bring down the soffit that is in the area, and the glass will go nearly very close to the soffit. So the glass won't actually go all the way to the ceiling, but it will eliminate any opportunity for anything to come in.
Thank you. That answers my question.
You're welcome.
And I just, if I may, Mr. Metzler, I know it's in here somewhere. When is it supposed to start and how long is it going to take?
Thank you. We don't have a start date as we have to vet through all of the procurement process with the agreement, insurance. The timeline for the actual construction will be about 6 to 8 weeks. That there is a long lead time on the glass, so we're not exactly sure. So we have to wait till we get the agreement in process, order the glass. In the meantime, they'll begin the construction pieces, and then the glass will be installed.
How bad is this going to affect water payments, customer service? I'm sorry.
It will not affect the customer service at all. All of the work will be done in the evening after closed hours, and there will still be access to all the customer service areas.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll invite a motion for this item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move to adopt staff's recommendation.
Second.
First by Councilmember Jones, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Harriman. Councilmember Jones, any comments?
Yes, thank you. Well, I'm glad to see that, and I don't know if that's a good thing, but given the way that our country is and really the world these days, I think it's better for us to be proactive on this. I certainly would not want to see the city of Victorville, our city hall, blasted all over the news because we hadn't anticipated what is happening in so many places across our country. So again, to staff for their foresight on this. I have every belief that it's going to turn out looking stunning, as we have really good designers and engineers and everything that goes into that. So again, thank you very much.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman.
Thanks. I have nothing else.
Councilmember Irving.
No comments.
Councilmember Godin.
I have none.
And I have none. Madam Clerk, will you take the vote, please?
Councilmember Godin.
Yes.
Councilmember Irving.
Yes.
Councilmember Jones.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman.
Yes.
Mayor Becerra.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
We've now taken action to approve staff's recommendation as presented on the agenda. Item 27, Development Impact Fee Credit Agreement against roadway fees by and between Prologis LLC and the City of Victorville. Mr. Metzler, would you kindly introduce this item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. We do have council policy, particularly it's Council Policy 23-02 that authorizes for new development to be eligible for a credit to development impact fees paid when a development or developer effectively pays for a master planned improvement that's in the master plan that's included as a part of the Nexus study and supporting the collection of those fees. And so this item is particularly dealing with a development out at the Southern California Logistics Airport. Currently under construction is a 1.3 million square foot facility for the Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company. It's under construction, and as a part of that development, they've built out a segment of Gateway Road that is a master plan street and certainly DIF eligible. And so the policy allows, when applied, for a maximum share of 67% to be credited back towards the development impact fees that would otherwise be paid by the development. There's no cash outlay resulting from this item. It effectively serves as a reduction to the overall DIF paid by the developer for the road DIF portion of the DIF. And with that, I think just to illustrate why this policy is in place, this is in providing this credit. If the road were not built by the developer, then effectively we would have to take on the responsibility of building it, likely using development impact fees. Certainly, it's a more expedient way and to provide credit for development, certainly encouraging development to help build out some of our master plan roadway system. So with that, the author on this item is your city engineer, Mr. Freddie Bonilla, and he's available for any questions or comments you might have.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, would you please read the recommendation?
That the Honorable City Council approve the attached Development Impact Fee Credit Agreement against roadway fees by and between Prologis LLC and the City of Victorville, and authorize the city manager and city attorney to make non-substantive changes and clarifications to the Development Impact Fee Credit Agreement.
Thank you. At this time, we'll do technical questions from council members. Councilmember Jones?
None, thank you.
Councilmember Godin?
I have none.
Councilmember Irving?
Technical questions. Thank
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Harriman?
I have none.
And I have none. I'll invite a motion for this item. Motion to adopt staff's recommendation as recommended on the agenda.
Second.
We have a first by Mayor Becerra, a second by
you. Councilwoman Jones.
Councilwoman Jones. I have no comments. Councilwoman Jones, you have any comments on
None,
it?
thank you.
Councilwoman Godin?
I have none.
Councilmember Irving?
No comments.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman?
I have none.
Madam Clerk, will you please take the vote?
Councilmember Godin.
Yes.
Councilmember Irving. Councilmember Jones.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman.
Yes.
Mayor Becerra.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
We've now taken Action to approve staff's recommendation as presented on the agenda. We're going to take a 5-minute break. We'll come back at 8:06.
Oh.
back to order? Let's everybody find our way back to our seats. Let's get through the rest of this. Bless you.
Jacob.
Good to go? Okay. Item 28, City Council Policy Number CP-24-07, City Council Spending Expense Reimbursement Policy. Mr. Metzler, would you kindly introduce this item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. As you're aware, and especially as we've attended items similar on previous and recent agendas, we've put considerable amount of effort into reviewing all of our policies, many that haven't been reviewed in a long, long time, 20, 30 years even. And one of the goals that we have had over the course of the last 6 months is looking at all of our admin policies, our council policies, and we're even wrapping up our personnel rules and regs. But one of the goals, especially as it relates to relationship between admin policy and council policy, as we found commonly where council policies were effectively dealing with matters involving staff and admin policies were dealing with matters involving council. And so one of the things that we were trying to do, and this item helps us do that as it relates to this specific policy, is really differentiate areas of responsibility, policies that are involving staff and dealing with staff effectively should be under an admin policy, and certainly policy directives by the council specifically should deal with be dealt with in a council policy. And so this item before you, CP 24-07, interestingly, not only did we find conflict between admin and council policy, the council policy in of itself, we found conflict between the council policy policy and procedures manual. And so this item before you takes a stab at trying to correct those conflicts so that it's much more clear as to what the council, in this case, the spending and expense reimbursement policy as it affects council decisions. And so with that, the author on this item is Deputy City Manager Sophie Smith. This is her last authored item for us. So this will be her final song before us, and she's certainly available to answer any additional questions or comments, but she can also speak more specifically to the actual changes found in this version before you. So with that, Madam Mayor, I'll yield.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, would you please read the recommendation?
That your Honorable City Council adopt City Council Policy Number CP-24-07, the City Council Spending and Expense Reimbursement Policy.
Thank you. We'll do technical questions from council members. Councilmember Godin?
I have none, thank you.
Councilmember Jones?
None, thank you.
Councilmember Irving?
No questions, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman?
I have none.
I have some questions for her, Mr. Metzler, if I may.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening, Ms. Smith. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for everything you've done on this and how hard you worked on all of our policies. Thank you. That's it.
Oh, okay. Very well.
I'll invite a motion for this item. A motion to adopt staff's recommendation.
Second. Oh, goodness.
Yeah. I have no comments on the pending motion.
I'm sorry, who seconded the item?
I'm sorry.
I heard multiple.
We're both pointing to each other.
Councilman.
Jones?
Yes.
Thank you.
Councilmember Jones, any comments?
None, thank you.
Councilmember Irving?
No comments.
Councilmember Godin?
I have none, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman?
None.
Madam Clerk, will you take the vote, please?
Councilmember Godin?
Yes.
Councilmember Irving?
Yes.
Councilmember Jones?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman?
Yes.
Mayor Becerra?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
We've now taken action to approve Deputy City Manager Sophie Smith's last item. Thank you, Sophie. Item 29, possible cancellation of the regular City Council meeting of January the 7th, 2025. Mr. Metzler, would you kindly introduce this item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Similar to actions taken in previous years, largely due to City Hall closure during the Christmas and New Year's holiday, there certainly isn't a sufficient amount of staff and time during those days off to actually properly attend to the development of an agenda. And so with that, we've traditionally canceled that first regularly scheduled meeting in January, and this year being no different, we certainly bring that forward with staff recommend. Actually, this is at your discretion, but it's going to be very, very difficult to get you an agenda if you want to meet on the 7th. So with that, I'll yield back to you, Madam Mayor.
Madam Clerk, would you please read the recommendation?
Any action is at the discretion of the city council.
We'll do technical questions from council member. Mayor Pro Tem Harriman,
I have none.
Councilmember Irving,
No questions, thank you.
Councilmember Godam,
None, thank you.
Councilmember Jones,
None, thank you.
and I have none. I'll invite a motion for this item.
We move that that the city council cancel the regular meeting of January 7, 2025.
Second.
We have a first by Councilmember Jones and everybody second, but we'll go with Councilmember Godam.
Yes.
Comments on the pending motion, Councilmember Jones?
None, thank you.
Councilmember Godam?
None, thank you.
Councilmember Irving?
No comments, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman?
None.
And all I have to say, staff, thank you very much for the work you do, and now you can enjoy time with your families. Thank you. Madam Clerk, will you take the vote?
Councilmember Godam?
Yes.
Councilmember Irving?
Yes.
Councilmember Jones?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman?
Yes.
Mayor Becerra?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
We've now approved staff's recommendation to cancel the January 7th council meeting. Item 30, fiscal year 2024-2025 training schedule for newly elected council member Tiffany Godin. Mr. Metzler, would you kindly introduce this item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Very traditionally, the very first meeting after having adopted the city's budget, we bring forward an item basically to serve as a pre-plan and pre-approval for travel for the members so they can participate in conference and training. And so with that, we've done that for all the existing members, but with newly elected council member Godin, we have not done that. And so with that item, this item is being brought back just to bring her authorizations on parity with the rest of the council, and that's effectively pre-approving the remaining training opportunities in this fiscal year. So with that, there's a list of those items. There's 3 of them, and so with that, the author on this item is your city clerk, Ms. Jennifer Thompson, and she's available for any questions or comments you might have.
Madam Clerk, will you please read the recommendation?
That your honorable city council approve and authorize Councilmember Tiffany Godin to attend the new Mayors and Council Members Academy, the City Leaders Summit, and the City County Conference.
Thank you. We'll do technical questions from council members. Councilmember Jones?
None.
Councilmember Irving?
No questions.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman? Councilmember Godin?
I have none.
You sure?
I'm sure. I have comments though.
Okay. And I have none. I'll invite a motion for this item.
Move to adopt staff's recommendation.
Second.
We have a first by Councilmember Jones, a second by Councilmember Irving. Councilmember Jones, comments?
Yes, I do. I'm thankful that our city clerk has put these on the agenda always in such a timely way. Professional development is so important. And again, congratulations to our newest council member, Tiffany Godin. This will be your first conference as a city council member, and then the other ones following it. Proud to have you on board and hope that you can glean a lot through the conferences. Thank you,
Councilmember,
Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Irving?
Yes, I too would like to congratulate Councilwoman Godin. And I want to say that I'm glad you are on board as well, and welcome to the City Council. Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman?
Congratulations, Tiffany.
Thanks, Councilman Harriman.
You're so welcome. Good to have you.
Councilmember Godin?
Yes, I just want to say thank you for this opportunity to be able to attend these trainings. I am eager to learn as much as possible, and I'm very thankful for the opportunity. So thank you.
Welcome. Madam Clerk, will you take the vote, please?
Councilmember Godin,
Yes.
Councilmember Irving,
Yes.
Councilmember Jones,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman,
Yes.
Mayor Becerra.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
We've now taken action to approve staff's recommendation as presented on the agenda. Item 31, appointments to city committees, local appointment lists. Mr. Metzler, will you kindly introduce this item? I was about to call you Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. This item is being brought forward for twofold reasons. One, of course, due to the election, and then second, because of the nature of some of these committees/commissions that have annual terms. And so we do have vacancies that exist for some of our internally serving committees, commissions. And so with that, this item's being brought forward to address the needs on the Community Revitalization Investment Authority, the Audit Committee, the Community Planning and Development CPD Grants Committee, that's your CDBG committee, along with your Planning Commission and your Community Services Advisory Committee. And so with that, this item has been authored by your city clerk, Ms. Jennifer Thompson. She can share a better detail about this item.
Madam Clerk, will you please read the recommendation?
That the City Council open nominations for 2 members for the Community Revitalization Investment Authority, open nominations for 2 members for the Audit Committee, open nominations for 2 members for the Community Planning and Development CPD Grant Subcommittee as outlined below, and open nominations by newly elected council members for the Planning Commission and Community Services Advisory Committee. Returning council members may reaffirm previous appointments.
Okay. Madam Clerk, should we do the technical questions as we do each seat, or take all the questions now? I think it'd be less confusing.
Which would be less confusing, Madam Mayor?
So as we open the nominations for each seat, then they can do questions on that seat.
You're welcome to handle this as you wish.
I'm gonna, Councilmember, we're gonna do each item as a nomination to each board. I'll say the name of the board. Whoever wants to either nominate themselves or be nominated, then we'll do questions for each board seat. So at this time, I'm going to open the nomination for 2 seats on the CREA board.
Madam Mayor, I have a procedural question. Will we nominate each person, or can we nominate 2 people collectively?
That would,
If we handle it in the form that we typically do, for mayor and mayor pro tem, each member gets 1 nomination.
Okay.
So you could nominate one of your other fellow council members, and then another council member can nominate somebody else, and that's how the council policy is written. But it's up to the mayor on how she wishes to accept those nominations.
Are nominations now open?
nominations are now open.
Just to quick, so these are for the seats highlighted in yellow on the agenda, just to be clear. Those are the ones that we're going to be nominating for, to reaffirm or?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time, there's nominations open for 2 seats on the CREA board.
So for those 2 seats, Madam Mayor, I nominate Member Irving and Mayor Becerra.
Madam Mayor, if I might, and I'm sorry to interrupt, but as it relates to CREA, I'm being told that the CREA board has some specific language as to the members that should comprise this body on the board. So, Mr. Webb, I believe you're most familiar with the makeup from this council that should be on that board.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Metzler. Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council. So when the CREA was established, there was an adopting resolution that required the members of the council that sit on the board, one needing be the mayor, 2 needing be the mayor pro tem, and then the 3rd can be selected at your wish.
There's only 2 seats.
Mr. Webb, and does the Korea resolution say they're coterminous with the term of office as well?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mine's too.
Okay, so I'll,
So in essence, we need to have mayor and mayor pro tem as those individuals.
okay, I'll accept the nomination. Bob, okay. Do we still take the vote, Madam Clerk?
I'm sorry for any inconvenience on this one, but if they're very specific in that nature and I missed that, I wouldn't think that we would need to take the vote on that. We would only need to take the vote on the alternate member.
Okay,
Sorry for any inconvenience.
okay. At this time, so it's open to myself, you said, but you also said Member Irving? Member Irving, do you accept the nomination for an alternate member?
We're moving past the Korea and we're moving on to the next item, which is the audit committee.
Okay.
Nominations are now open for the,
For 2 seats on the audit committee.
okay, I nominate, go ahead.
I have just a question, if I may. Aren't me and Councilwoman Irving already on that committee?
Yeah, but you start all over.
Start over? Okay.
The audit committees, the audit committee is done annually.
Okay, now let's open up nominations for the audit
All
committee.
right, I nominate, okay, go ahead. Mrs. Irving, I'm sorry. Proceed.
Go ahead. You're the mayor pro tem.
Well, I nominate Deborah Jones.
This is for the audit. Yes, absolutely. I'll accept. Thank you.
Very good. I'd like to nominate Councilwoman Godin.
You accept, Councilwoman Godin?
I accept the nomination.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, will you take the vote, please? As for the nominations for the audit committee is Councilmember Jones and Councilmember Godin.
Councilmember Godin,
Yes.
Councilmember Irving.
Councilwoman Godin.
So this is for 2 members. So we're selecting the 2 that were already nominated. So would you affirm both members to the audit committee, or are there additional nominations?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes, I affirm both members.
Thank you, Member Irving. Councilmember Jones,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman,
Yes.
Mayor Becerra.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously for Member Godin and Member Jones.
Thank you. So I don't need to state it now that you did, correct?
Sure.
Thank you. At this time, I'll open nominations for the 2 seats on the CPD committee. I like that one, so I would like to nominate myself for one of the seats.
And I last year was the first year that I didn't serve on it. I've done that for 5 years, so I would certainly be interested in that. So this will be the first time I've ever dared to nominate myself, but that's near and dear to my heart.
Is there any other nominations for the CPD committee? As it being none, Madam Clerk, the nominations were for ourselves, Mayor Becerra and Councilmember Jones. Can you take the vote, please?
Councilmember Godin,
Yes.
Councilmember Irving,
Yes.
Councilmember Jones,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman,
Yes.
Mayor Becerra.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously for Councilmember Jones and Mayor Becerra for the CPD committee.
Okay. So now we're going to move on to Planning Commission appointments. And as it, excuse me, as the terms of the planning commissioners run,
Coterminous.
thank you, with their appointed council members, we have 3 seats open for nomination to the Planning Commission. I will invite Councilmember Godin to nominate and introduce an appointee to the seat of Planning Commission.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's my privilege tonight to introduce or perhaps reintroduce Mr. Bill Thomas, and he's here with us in attendance tonight. Mr. Bill Thomas has already served 4 years as a commissioner on the City of Victorville Planning Commission. He is a dedicated community leader with a long-standing commitment to service and civic engagement. He has called Victorville home since 2011, and he has consistently demonstrated a strong vision for ensuring our community thrives. I believe that he brings a wealth of experience to his role, and additionally, Mr. Thomas has held leadership positions such as president of the Victor Valley branch of the NAACP, president of the Chamber of Commerce, and president of the Rotary Club. In his career, it has been marked by his service for the United States Army, where he was awarded a Bronze Medal and the Air Medal for his distinguished service in Vietnam. After retiring as a region manager and with Southern California Edison, Mr. Thomas continued his community-focused work through various boards, commissions, and civic initiatives. He's also worked as a utility director and obtained state license for mediation, further enhancing his ability, I believe, to contribute to the well-being of our community. Mr. Thomas's leadership, commitment to service, and broad experience make him an excellent candidate for continued service on the City of Victorville's Planning Commission. So it's my belief that Mr. Thomas will continue to serve in this role with excellence and vision that he has already proven. At this time, I would like to move that council approve the appointment of Bill Thomas to the Planning Commission.
Second.
Okay. We have a first by Councilmember Godin and a second by Councilmember Irving. Questions? Any questions from council members regarding this nominee? Mayor Pro Tem Harriman?
I have no questions.
Councilmember Jones?
No.
Councilmember Irving?
Questions?
And I have none. Madam Clerk, will you please take the vote in regards to Councilmember Godin's nomination?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Can we make comments, though? I thought you were just taking questions.
Sure.
Thank you. I'm so happy that our newest council member saw fit to nominate Mr. Thomas. I know him to be a stellar member of our community, and I'm so proud that he's part of the Victorville city team. And I know he's, as Councilmember Godin said, is going to continue in excellence. We are so thankful, if this passes, and I can't believe it wouldn't, to have you back on board. Thank you. Thank you.
I asked you. Did I already ask you, Councilmember Irving?
I don't have any.
Okay. Madam Clerk, will you please take the vote? I asked you, didn't I?
No.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Harriman?
Well, I want to say the same. I served on the Planning Commission with Mr. Thomas. Mr. Thomas came in on the commission in my second year, and he does a fantastic job. And with that, he's a world of knowledge for what is happening in Victorville right now and the path we're on. So I think that he's a fantastic nominee.
Thank you. Any other council member I might have missed?
I just want to say congratulations, Mr. Thomas. I've been knowing you a long time as well.
Madam Clerk, will you take the vote, please?
Member Godin?
Yes.
Member Irving?
Yes.
Member Jones?
Absolutely.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman?
Yes.
Mayor Becerra?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
We've now taken action to approve to appoint Bill Thomas to the Planning Commission. At this time, I will invite Councilmember Irving to nominate and introduce an appointee to her seat, for her seat for the Planning Commission.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It is my pleasure and honor to nominate Mr. Derek Marshall to serve on the Victorville Planning Commission. I invite the council to peruse Mr. Marshall's impressive resume to see that he is a skilled communicator and adept at analyzing complex issues, engaging stakeholders for positive outcomes that are community-driven. Mr. Marshall completed both his undergraduate studies and graduate studies in international relations at American University in Washington, D.C. From my viewpoint, Mr. Marshall's studies in international relations give him an advantage in working with diverse communities with competing interests, and therefore I think he would be an asset to our Planning Commission. Moreover, I believe Mr. Marshall's experience, particularly in the corporate sector, would be advantageous to our Planning Commission because he has both a global and local perspective. Furthermore, if he is appointed, I think he has unique insight and it will be invaluable to our community. Also, I know Mr. Marshall firsthand, and I believe that his commitment to our city, to our city's continued development, growth, and well-being will be, he'll bring a thoughtful and fresh perspective on land use and urban planning. Therefore, it is my great pleasure to nominate Mr. Marshall, and I move that this council appoint Mr. Marshall to the Planning Commission.
Second.
Thank you. Oh, okay. Thank you.
At this time, we're going to take questions or comments from council members. Mayor Pro Tem Harriman?
Yeah, can I ask the nominee questions?
Stand by. I'm the city clerk.
I believe you're first going to ask the member who has nominated them, and if they can't answer it, then the nominee could answer a question for you.
So ask Councilwoman Irving.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Ms. Irving,
Yes.
does Derek or Mr. Marshall have any experience in land acquisition?
I don't know that he has any experience directly in land acquisition, but I do believe he has experience in urban planning, particularly internationally in other communities across the globe.
Does he have any experience in building and construction?
No, but he has a unwavering commitment to the growth and prosperity of Victorville.
Does he have any experience zoning and placing ordinance in a city?
You know what? I'm gonna have to let Mr. Marshall address that because you're asking very technical questions. I think that the willingness to serve and to be committed to our growth and prosperity is what's paramount. Thank you.
And I would agree with that too, but we need somebody, after sitting on the commission myself, we need people who have some knowledge of things. So I would ask, Mr. Marshall, do you have any experience in real estate sales or? I didn't see it on your resume.
I'm sorry, is his mic on?
Yeah, absolutely. So I was a tech executive at kayak.com. And so I was, as a tech executive, I was employee number 20. After about 3 or 4 years, we sold the company for $1.8 billion. And so through my experience having worked at Kayak, I was privy to a number of private conversations that included land acquisition.
Okay, that's all I have.
Councilwoman Jones?
I have no questions for Member Irving.
Councilmember Godin?
I have none, thank you.
And I have none. Madam Clerk, will you please take the vote for Councilmember Irving's?
I'm so sorry, because I'm used to questions and comments being separate. So may I make a comment, Mayor?
Sure.
Thank you. So I have known Mr. Marshall for a few years now, more than a few, I think. I think we both met when Mr. Marshall was on the campaign trail several times, and he, like a few others I know in the community, are the Energizer bunnies. He's everywhere, and I think that says something maybe about me too, because I seem to see him everywhere. I don't know that. I think this is for me, it's an act of faith to second. Because I only know you as a candidate and the promises that you made. I don't know. I'm not familiar with your work per se. I am going to take Councilmember Irving at her word. And I do believe that you will work hard for us, and that means a lot to me. So thank you, Madam Mayor.
Anybody else, questions or comments? Madam Clerk, will you please take the vote for Derek Marshall's appointment to the Planning Commissioner from Councilmember Irving?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Godin?
Yes.
Councilmember Irving?
Yes.
Councilmember Jones?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman?
No.
Mayor Becerra?
Yes.
Motion passes with Mayor Pro Tem Harriman voting no.
Thank you, everyone.
And at this time, I would like to reaffirm my appointee, Rob Kurth, to the Planning Commission. Are there any, and I'm gonna say 12 years at least?
I think Scott would be better answer the tenure for Rob Kurth because he predates me as the clerk.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. He actually predates me, so it's been over 20 years.
Okay. All right, at this time, we're gonna do questions from council members regarding this nominee. Mayor Potem Harriman?
After working with, a question?
Yeah, questions?
Okay,
or
I have
comments?
no questions.
No, questions or comments?
Okay. I also served on the planning commission for 4 years with Mr. Kurth. He's a very knowledgeable and an excellent, planning commissioner for the city and looking at the city forward.
Thank you. Councilmember Jones?
And yes, I have a comment. I think that Mr. Kurth is a staple on the planning commission, and it would be an incredible loss to us all, not only in terms of talent, but intrinsic knowledge on the commission. He is a force for good in our community, and I absolutely support him. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Godin?
I have none, thank you.
Councilmember Irving?
I don't have any comments. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, will you please take the vote for reaffirming my pick of Rob Kurth to the Planning Commission?
Do we have a second on that?
Second.
Thank you. Councilmember Godin?
Yes.
Councilmember Irving?
Yes.
Councilmember Jones?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman?
Yes.
Mayor Becerra?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. We've now taken action to reaffirm Rob Kurth to the Planning Commission. Likewise, the terms of the CSAC members run with their appointment council members. Therefore, we have 3 seats open for nomination of CSAC committee. I will invite Councilmember Godin to nominate and introduce her appointee for a seat on the CSAC committee.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Once again, it's my pleasure to introduce to you Mr. Greg Temple, who is with us in attendance tonight. He is a seasoned professional with over 30 years of experience in the electrical industry and a long history of leadership and service. He is a resident of Victorville for over 12 years, and he is deeply committed to seeing our community thrive as a place where families enjoy a high quality of life. He has worked in various roles, so many I will not list them all tonight, but his resume has been attached for your reference. He has served from apprentice to general foreman, project coordinator, business representative within the IBEW. His leadership extends beyond his technical expertise, as he has served as an executive board member and recording secretary for IBEW 477. In addition to his work with the IBEW, he is an educator teaching within the school, the electrical apprenticeship program. He also has founded and direct a reentry program, which helps individuals within the justice system transition back into skilled trades. His vision and dedication to service make him, I believe, an ideal candidate for the Community Services Advisory Committee. So at this time, I would like to move that the council approve the appointment of Greg Temple to the Community Services Advisory Committee.
Second.
At this time, we're going to do comments and questions regarding this nominee. Mayor Potem Harriman?
I have none.
Councilwoman Irving?
No questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Jones?
Yeah, just a comment. I have to say I'm impressed this evening with the talent that has come forward on both the Planning Commission and now the CSAC. So look forward to Mr. Temple's appointment. Thank you.
Councilmember, I already asked you, did I?
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Godin?
I have none, thank you.
Okay. And I have none. Madam Clerk, will you please take the vote?
Councilmember Godin?
Yes.
Councilmember Irving?
Yes.
Councilmember Jones?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman?
Yes.
Mayor Becerra?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously for the appointment of Mr. Temple to CSAC.
Thank you. At this time, I'll invite Councilmember Irving to nominate and introduce her appointee for the seat on the CSAC committee.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I am pleased to nominate Mrs. Tammy McDonald to the Community Service Advisory Committee. Mrs. McDonald has been an active member of our community for more than a decade. She's been very busy too, adding value to the growth of our community and the economic development, creating jobs and mentoring aspiring entrepreneurs. To illustrate this point, since 2022, Mrs. McDonald has launched 3 successful retail businesses in the city of Victorville. There are 2 pet grooming businesses and 1 boutique. I'm most familiar with the clothing boutique, Chanel's Boutique, where the very curvaceous lady can find trendy fashion. Meanwhile, she continues to serve her community and work with her efforts in her church and the school district where her kids attend school, and she's pursuing an MBA at the University of Phoenix. From my perspective, Mrs. McDonald's impressive resume speaks for itself. Therefore, without a doubt, I know she will be an asset, and I move that this council appoint Tammy McDonald to the Community Service Advisory Committee.
Second.
Thank you.
At this time, we're going to do questions or comments regarding Tammy McDonald.
Yes.
Tammy
Tammy
McDonald.
McDonald.
Yes.
Tammy.
Too many. Tammy. Okay.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman,
I have nothing.
Councilmember Jones,
Well, again, the statements that I made a moment ago apply here too. Thank you.
Councilmember Godin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, Tammy, your resume is impressive. Well done in all of your achievements, and I look forward to seeing what you do, hopefully, as you're appointed on this committee.
Councilmember Irving.
All I have to say to Miss McDonald is awesome. You're awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Would you like me to take the
Yeah,
vote?
Madam Clerk, I was catching up. Madam Clerk, will you please take the vote?
Councilmember Godin?
Yes.
Councilmember Irving?
Yes.
Councilmember Jones?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman?
Yes.
Mayor Becerra?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously to appoint Ms. McDonald to the CSAC committee.
And I would also again like to reaffirm my appointee, Allison Mirnoff, to the CSAC committee. Questions regarding the nomination? Councilmember Jones?
I have no questions.
Or
but-
questions or comments?
Yeah, thank you. And I'm sure, again, she served well, so here we go again. Yes.
Councilmember Godin?
I have none, thank you.
Councilmember Irving?
No questions.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman?
No questions.
And I have none. Madam Clerk, will you please take the vote?
Sure. Can I please have a second on that motion?
Second.
Who would you like me to recognize?
Councilmember Godin will work.
Perfect. Councilmember Godin?
Yes.
Councilmember Irving?
Yes.
Councilmember Jones?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman?
Yes.
Mayor Becerra?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously to reaffirm appointee Mayor Hoff to the CSAC committee.
Thank you. Now we're moving on to item 32.
Pardon me, Madam Mayor. We do need to move back to the CREA board, as there was a little error in the presentation earlier, so we do need to make 2 appointees to that board.
And if I might, just to add some clarification, we did make an error in the interpretation as it relates to CREA. The references in the CREA bylaws do identify an instance where the mayor and mayor pro tem specifically are to represent the CREA, but that's on the selection committee for CREA as it considers applicants for the public represented positions on that board. And so with that, we erred in our representation to you about appointments from this council, and appointments from this council don't have restrictions to mayor and mayor pro tem.
After all that, can you clarify then? We need 2 nominations then?
So with that, we do need the 2 nominations as described in the staff report.
Okay. I would like to then nominate myself and Mayor Pro Tem Harriman. No first? Okay, no second? Okay. Is there another nomination?
So I do have a question. Is Member Irving interested in this?
I am. Thank you.
I'm sorry, you are?
I would like to continue my work on the.
Okay, then I think in the given the history of what we do, if you've served on it, I think it's reasonable to do so. I'm going to nominate Member Irving.
Second.
So there's a first nomination of Member Irving. Member Irving, you accept?
I do indeed.
Okay. We'll take the vote for Member Irving.
Sure. Councilmember Godin?
Yes.
Councilmember Irving?
I'm confused. So our policy manual actually says that when we have multiple nominations, we say the name of the person, because now we have two nominees.
I
For-
said we're taking, there was a vote for myself and Bob. There was no first, so that failed.
Okay,
So then I said,
okay,
So-
okay. Well, we
so-
can do it however you want, but we don't
how about
normally.
we slow
vote on
this down?
motions. We
Let's
vote
slow
on-
it down. Let's back it up and get the city clerk involved.
The mayor indicated we were taking the vote only as it relates to Member Irving. So that's why I'm just asking a yes or a no. She did not ask for a vote on any other appointee at this
But
moment.
I understand where she's going with that. So,
Okay.
yes, on Member Irving.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman,
Yes.
Mayor Becerra.
Yes.
We've now taken the vote to appoint Member Irving to the CREA board.
Thank you.
So we do need one more nomination.
I nominate Mayor Becerra.
I'll accept the nomination. Thank you.
Do you have a second on that?
Second.
Would you like me to? Okay. So this will be a vote only for Member Becerra. Councilmember Godin.
Yes.
Councilmember Irving. Councilmember Jones.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman.
Yes.
Mayor Becerra.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously to appoint Mayor Becerra to the CREA board.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, do we move on now to 32?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Item 32, City Council appointments to outside agencies. Mr. Metzer, would you kindly introduce this item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Members of the council, resulting from the election, we do have vacancies that exist relative to the outside agencies that those outside agencies seek a representative from this council. And based upon the council policy manual, it identifies those that are subjected to the recent election. Those seats effectively are vacant and have to be considered, reconsidered by the council to fill those. So with that, the author on this item, again, is the city clerk, Ms. Jennifer Thompson. She's available for any questions or comments you might have.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, will you please read the recommendation?
That the city council consider and appoint members to fill the vacant committee positions indicated in attachment A.
Okay. This time we'll do technical questions from council members. Councilmember Godin?
I have none.
Councilmember Irving?
Questions? Thank you.
Councilmember Jones?
None.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman?
I have none.
And I have none. As we kick this off, I would just like to let everybody know that I would like to keep my position as primary representatives in what you see in the screen in front of you, 1244. But I would like to give up all my assigned alternate roles. So those being the Mojave Desert Mountain Recycling, JPA, the Southern California Association of Governments, SCAG, General Assembly, and the VVWRA reclamation. So either if,
So with that, Madam Mayor, then I would like to nominate Member Godin for the alternates on those seats.
okay, I'll second that one. And
Does Member Godin accept the nominations to those alternate board member seats?
I accept.
And then with that, I also would like to nominate Mayor Becerra for the primary seats that are open.
I accept, thank you. Madam, go ahead.
Would you like me to take the vote, or would anybody would like to have questions or comments?
None?
Okay, so I'm gonna do these separately since the nominations were separately. So we'll first go with the alternate as Member Godin to alternate for items 5, 9, and 12. So we have Councilmember Godin,
Yes.
Councilmember Irving,
Yes.
Councilmember Jones,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman,
Yes.
Mayor Becerra. Motion passes unanimously for the alternate roles to Member Godin for items 5, 9, and 12. Move on to the next item, which was affirming Mayor Becerra to the primary roles for 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 10, and 11. Member Godin,
Yes.
Member Irving,
Yes.
Member Jones,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman,
Yes.
Mayor Becerra.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously for Mayor Becerra to remain the primary for items 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 10, and 11.
Thank you. We've now taken action to appoint members to the respective agency as outlined in the staff report. Item 33, League of California Cities Policy Committee Travel Approval. Mr. Metzler, would you kindly introduce this item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Your city council policy and procedures manual generally will speak to requiring for the pre-approval of council member travel, especially as this item relates to travel that appears to be necessary associated with appointments by the Mountain Desert division of the League of California Cities of 3 of our council members to serve on policy committees for the league, and that would be um, Councilmember Jones, Mayor Pro Tem Bob Harriman, and Mayor Becerra. And so with their responsibilities on those policy committees requiring travel, that is effectively why this item is being brought back, is to get their pre-approval for those anticipated travel needs. So with that, the author on this item is your city clerk, Ms. Jennifer Thompson. She's available for any questions or comments you might have.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, will you please read the recommendation?
That your honorable city council authorize travel to the League of California Cities Policy Committee meetings for the council member not appointed as a representative to the Desert Mountain Division. That being after approval of the last item, that would be Member Harriman.
Thank you. We'll take technical questions at this time from council members. Councilmember Jones?
None, thank you.
Councilmember Godin?
None.
Councilmember Irving?
So we're approving travel for council members who are not on policy committees. What? I misunderstood.
Who are not on a city-appointed committee. And so one of the committees that this council appoints members to is the Mountain Desert Division of the League of California Cities.
Okay.
And I believe it was in September. I could be wrong about the date, but if it was September at that Mountain Desert meeting, despite not being an appointed representative from this city, that body took action to actually appoint, nominate and appoint one of our council members, in this case, Mayor Pro Tem Harriman, to serve on one of its policy committees.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman?
Comments? I have none.
Questions? None.
Or questions? Neither.
I'll invite a motion for this item. Motion to approve staff's recommendation as recommended on the agenda.
Second.
First by Mayor Becerra, second by Councilmember Irving. I have no comments. Councilmember Irving?
No comments.
Councilmember Jones?
None, thank you.
Councilmember Godin?
None, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman?
I have none.
Madam Clerk, will you please take the vote?
Councilmember Godin,
Yes.
Councilmember Irving,
Yes.
Councilmember Jones,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman,
Yes.
Mayor Becerra.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Oh, we got through this. Item 34, City Manager Reports. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Just a couple. Work on the citywide pavement preservation project has continued with the application of the slurry seal having been completed last week. Pavement striping is now underway and should be completed by the second week in January. So you certainly should notice, obviously, an improvement in many of the areas throughout the community in terms of street improvement. On the Public Works Environmental Program side of the house, Burtech will be offering free curbside Christmas tree pickup for Victorville residents, Victorville residential customers from January 6th to January 17th, 2025. So set the natural Christmas trees at the curb by 6 a.m. on your regular trash day, and you should have it picked up by our trash hauler. With that, that's all I have at this time, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Item 35, discussion and possible action regarding upcoming agenda items. Councilmember Jones?
None, thank you.
Councilmember Irving?
None, thank you.
Councilmember Godin?
None, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman?
I have none.
And I have none. Item 36, reports from city council members. Council, At this time, I'm going to allow you to, if you had something in regard to your seat here, whether you attended something, to go ahead and announce that at this time. We're still on a time limit, correct though? Yes, okay. Councilmember Irving?
I don't have anything to report, thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Jones?
I'm just now trying to think because it opens it up to some more, but just want to give a report that was due actually a while ago, but I kept deferring it because our meetings were full. But I need to give it now. It'll be short and quick. Several months ago, Mayor Pro Tem Harriman and I attended the National League of Cities Conference in Tampa. And, we're members of the California League of Cities, and those are always instructive and good for professional development and growth. I personally didn't feel that I think that the training and what they had to offer was something that we could get here locally. So I'm not convinced that it was a good consumption of public monies. However, it would be nice if we give them one more try to see if we have more council members willing to attend and assess that and see how the council feels as a whole. Also just, have been attending the same meetings as I'm on the Victor Valley Wastewater Reclamation Authority, SBCTA, and all the subcommittees related to that. A lot of things are happening. I'll talk about that in the new year. I did miss, I don't know if you're going to allow me, I did miss the employee Christmas party I don't miss those ever, but I didn't learn about it until very late. And so I had already made a commitment to another Christmas party. Otherwise, I would not have meant it. It's a time certainly to give the employees my kudos for their hard work over time. And looking forward to a new year. I hope everyone has a wonderful, wonderful holiday season. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Godin?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I had the opportunity to attend the 30th anniversary of SCLA. I was very excited to see the progress and everything that has been going on out there. Certainly excited for what is going to continue to go forward as we move forward. I was able to attend the ribbon cutting for our new animal shelter. And again, very excited to see what's going to be going on down there and all of the lives of pets that are going to be saved through that place. And then also had the opportunity to attend the 1-year anniversary of our wellness center and to see all of our employees from the wellness center in one spot. And to hear some stories, some success stories of individuals who have actually gone into our wellness center and are now moving into transitional and permanent housing. To see the success that we have had over the last year was extremely exciting and very encouraging. That's all.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Harriman?
Just real fast, I also was at the airport anniversary, and it was a great event. The ribbon cutting for the animal shelter was great. Susan does a great job getting all this stuff together and our social media presence. And I don't know if I mentioned the Christmas parade before, but the Christmas parade was a really big success this year. I can't remember the last time I saw that many people attending our parade. So, thanks for that. I'm thinking maybe social media's got a little bit to do with that, but it turned out to be a great event. That's all I have.
Thank you very much. I'll piggyback on everybody's. To the Christmas parade, thank you to the Kiwanis Club. Very well put, but to staff that also closes the roads and makes sure everybody's safe going down. Thank you guys for everything you do. To all of the events, being from the animal shelter to the wellness center to SCLA's 30th anniversary, to all of staff that puts those on at different times, thank you very much. To staff that's been working hard to close us down for the end of the year, we're still available, I know, on some fronts of fire, police, public works. Thank you guys. To your families, thank you for putting them here and being allowed to do that. To our, you got me. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you for all you do. At this time, meeting's adjourned. Yeah, I was gonna tell the fun police.